Okay, you are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Saturday night, 11 p.m., January 1st, 2022. Happy New Year. And we are here for our final 7th session of Adventures by Gaslight, the rare and out-of-print expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. We've played about 43 hours of this expansion. It has been an adventure, no doubt about it. And I have to confess, as we sit here today, January 2nd, we started playing before Christmas, I am completely baffled. I am worn out, exhausted, and I feel like my brain is overheated. Like I am just, for days, I've been tossing and turning, trying to feeling like I'm kind of close, and then just like it never holds together. So I see Jonathan and Erin, my partner detectives, are here in the chat channel. Let's see if I can bring them up here. Where did I move it? All right, let's go over our plan for the evening. I'll work backwards. At the very end, we're going to review the game. So we'll talk about our experiences, what we liked, what we didn't like, etc. Before that, we'll read the solution and discuss it. And then before that, which is what we'll do first, is we will go over the mysteries of this case that we don't understand, and we will present our best theories. I don't have a great one. In fact, I have a hard time even forcing myself to write out a full theory because the voices at the back of my head keep telling me no, that can't be. Jonathan has done his best to come up with a theory. The challenge I put to all of us was not that we get the solution, but that we come up with a consistent solution, a solution consistent with the evidence. And I haven't been able to convincingly do that myself, but we'll see what we can do. There's the box. All right, so we have to remember not to go out of order. We're not going to review it first. We're going to wrap up the case and our evidence. Jonathan and Erin, any first comments you want to make before we get into it? I think maybe I'll start by talking about some of the things that we figured out between the last session and now. We took off a couple days and figured out the cipher, which helped a little bit. So how shall we do this? Any comments first by Jonathan and Erin to start us out before I get into going over the cipher, the newspaper mystery that we figured out? I cannot wait to read the solution because I'm exhausted from trying to figure it out. How shall we start? Maybe we should start out with a little... Actually, if I put the audio on, it'll get YouTubed, but let's do it anyway.
I'm blessed if I know why on earth you want all these clippings about this Baskerville fellow.
I've an idea, Watson, that young Sir Henry isn't destined for a very long existence in this world.
What?
My conjecture is that he'll be murdered.
I can't hear this, but I heard it before.
It'll be very interesting to see if my deductions are
There's
accurate.
us. Well, that's not us. We're Wiggins, but that's Sherlock Holmes. All right. All right, let's go over the cipher then. And we don't want to rush this. We put 40 hours on it. Let's do it. Okay, so if you'll remember, one of the big mysteries we had was this message. In the May 21st newspaper, you can see it's got these coded numbers, these coded triplets. And one has an asterisk. It's got a little header, CBFCH, and then early discussion of genuine sale of old piano to widow. And then we got, separately from that, this May 5th newspaper, along with March 5th, along with postcard, which was here, given to us by the guy who follows Moriarty and likes coded messages. So we thought these two are somehow related to this message. And then there's also another piano message. Okay, so we were trying to figure this out, and we made some progress. Most of the progress we made had to do with these triplets. If you look at them, 413, 253, 244, there's some interesting patterns. The first pattern is that the first digit in all of these, there's 11 triplets, the first digit only goes from 1 to 4. So that really felt like to me like it was which column of the paper. We guessed fairly early on, especially given how useless this newspaper was to us in general, that this message was a book cipher, which Holmes has encountered in some of his previous stories. And it's reconstructing a message from within this paper. And that the first digit in these triplets are what column? Now, it could be counting backwards, forwards, but that seems like a very good guess. Now, the second column goes from 1 to 10. Well, 1 to 10 feels like it could be telling us what paragraph. That would be very logical, that the message was made up by telling us what column, what paragraph, and then either what letter. You can see there are big capital letters heading these. So 4-1 might be 1, 2, 3, 4th column, and then first paragraph, possibly. And then we've got a last digit, a 3. Now that felt like it might be telling us what word. So 4th column, first paragraph, 3rd word. So 1, 2, 3 might be from, or do you count from the text and go 1, 2, 3? Turnbull, that doesn't seem right. And then as Jonathan pointed out, we've got this very weird thing that really jumps out at you, which is that this 3rd digit for one of these triplets is a 0. Now that really threw a wrench in things, because if everything else is counting by ones, column 1, 2, 3, 4, paragraph 1, 2, whatever, why is this 3rd digit a 0? And that really stumped us for a long time. What is this asterisk? I thought it might mean you use the back of the page. All right, so there were 3 little breakthroughs that came over the course of several days studying this. I mean, I made my whole office into a war room, pasted up stuff, printed out came up with a little Excel spreadsheet here for trying things with my notes. Like there's the triplets. Let's do close up. There's the triplets. One approach I took is I said, well, what plain text words would we expect to find in the message? This is a way that you sometimes crack codes. You say, well, the serial killer has to be using the word kill. So what word would be kill? We don't know if the message is words or letters. That was a big struggle. One early theory was that this last digit, being a 0 sometimes, is maybe a Caesar shift, like shift every letter by 1, by 2, by 3, but maybe this is telling us for each letter in the message, for each of these 11 letters, how to shift it to get the real letter. And I spent a little bit of time thinking about that and realized that if we give this the benefit of the doubt, that this is a reasonable cipher, in the cartoonish world of codes and ciphers, it has to be fairly easy for the person to encode. And this idea of doing a Caesar shift after you recover the letter is a very bizarre thing, because then the person would have to figure out where the right letter is and then un-Caesar shift it. It was just a very weird thing. Now you could imagine that first the message was written out, and then it was shifted. So like hello, and then they bumped each letter by a certain number, like the A goes to a B, whatever, and then you encode that by location. That's certainly reasonable. But there's something very odd about having a different random shift for each letter in the message. And that's what you would be saying if you said this last digit was a random shift. Like the person is writing out a 3, just picking a 3 off the top of their head, saying 3, I'm going to shift this letter 3. That didn't make sense to me. Okay, so the first little breakthrough that came after a day of studying was this CBFCH. So early on, I thought, aha, CBFCH, it's instructions on how to decode this. And it's something like count backwards from column header. So I spent a long time thinking of what could that instruction be. I wrote out all the, you can see here, I'm starting to play with some of it. With the column count combined, backwards, binomial, F could be following from formula. So one real thing that seemed attractive was CBF is BF binomial formula. That's what this postcard is, a riff off, a mistake of. So whether to use this postcard formula, we spent some time figuring that. It's a little bit of the binomial theorem, but not quite. And I had my real doubts that we would use this in any way, but I ran some calculations. I tried to find out when this is true, some various stuff, but I could not figure out how to make sense of it. But CBFCH, BF is binomial formula, maybe so. Then I realized what CBFCH is. So if you write out CBFCH, if you give numbers to each of those letters, 3 for C, 2 for B, etc., what you get for CBFCH is 32638, which is the number of the March 5th paper. Okay, so one mystery solved. This message here is saying, go find paper number 32638. That's what you're going to use to decode it. Okay, so now we know it's not instructions. It's the number of the paper where the message is hidden. Okay, good. Now we don't have to worry about that. Then we did a little bit of meta studying. We went and looked for any information on the French version of this game because we realized that it has to be different. If you translate it, it's going to be different. Unfortunately, we could not find the French version of the newspaper to confirm that. But we did find something interesting in the French version, a little scan of and discussion of something that changed in the two versions. Now, I don't see it here. But what we discovered was the French version did not have the postcard. French version did not have the postcard. So here's our postcard, front and back. And here's the French version. In the French version, we think this formula was written on the newspaper itself. Now you'll notice it's another riff off the binomial theorem, but it's quite different. In fact, this one looks like it's almost complete. There's one little error. But it's different than our formula. That made me even more convinced that it wasn't the specifics of the formula. And that maybe the formula was just there to turn us on to the idea that it was Moriarty, because we know Moriarty in Sherlock Holmes was said to have done a thesis on the binomial theorem. Okay, so that made me feel like we're in the right direction. We don't need the formula. The second major breakthrough, and this was the most important one, was this message. So let's look at this message again. I was sort of ignoring this for a while. The message that says, early discussion of genuine sale old piano to widow and company. Now we were thinking maybe this is referring to this old ad in the March 5th paper. but I had my doubts. Okay, so here was the breakthrough, realizing that this message, which is a weird message, is exactly 11 words long. There's 11 triplets, and this message is 11 words. That seemed, once I saw that, I said, this is it. Because it's got to be that this message, this 11-letter message, is giving us extra information for each of these triplets. Now, when I was reading as I was brainstorming theories about these triplets, one thing I concluded was it has to be a letter message. It has to be each of these is telling us a letter, because it's just not rich enough. These three low-valued triplets aren't enough to pick out arbitrary words. Like, there'd be no way to pick out a word at the end of this paragraph with these numbers like 1, 3, 5. There's just no way. And if you're having to pick out words, you need to be able to get words anywhere. So I had concluded that it was letters, which is painful because figuring out letters with all the different ways they could be rotated or whatever was going to be hard. But once I saw that this message was words, these words, now we have quads, not triplets. For each of these 11 entries, we basically have what I thought might be 4 numbers. So I thought maybe the early, we use the E as the 5th letter of the alphabet, etc. This is where we did a little bit of, well, you could call it a little bit of cheating. We had Zachary, my friend in Paris, confirm that my guesses about the cipher were correct, about it being words at that point, about these 11 words being related to the each of these triplets. And when he confirmed it, then we knew we were on the right track, and we kept going. Okay, so here's the last piece of the puzzle that was figured out. If you assume that the first 2 digits that we think we puzzled out, that they probably refer to column, and guessing it might be referring to paragraph number. If you look at those, like 413, if you look at 4th column, 1st paragraph, what you'll notice is that each of these 11 words is found in its matching paragraph. So the word early is in paragraph 4.1. The word discussion is in paragraph 2.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there's discussion there. Okay, now we're almost home free. Now for each paragraph, we know how to locate it. We know that one of these words in this message is associated with it. And then it was fairly easy to make that last jump to make sense of the 0, which is that for each word in the message, we find the paragraph, like 4.1. We find the word, in this case it's early. And then we advance this many words. So in the first case, it's advanced 3 from early. So you go early, and then you go 1, 2, 3, and go the. Second message is 253, so you go 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't use the 3 yet. You look for the word discussion, the first use of discussion, and then you advance yourself 3 words of the reports. So reports is your second word. When you do that, and then the 0 is just 0. So when you do that, and look, here are all my working attempts. When you finally do that, what you get is the message, which, where have I written it down? When you do that, you get this message. The report's not genuine. Original document at 21 Jonathan Street, London. And the asterisk was just a break of sentence. The report's not genuine, period. Next sentence, original documents at 21 Jonathan Street, London. All right, so we figured out the cipher. That was a huge relief. 21 Jonathan Street is here. This is where the wife carried the basket and disappeared to. Possibly workshop, possibly some warehouse. We already knew that the butler left that message, and we know the butler O'Brady followed her. So the butler eventually leaves a message to his contact saying, the report is not genuine. The report you have received is not genuine, and the real document is down here. That's a huge piece of our mystery, but it does not solve it completely. But that was a huge piece of what we figured out, and from there, we know that the butler O'Brady is sort of in on this. He knows what's going on. He knows the documents being transferred. He somehow knows it's not real, the one that they're getting, and he's telling us that the original is here, which is very. It's not clear how he knows the original is there, but maybe he's looking in the warehouse window. A huge question is that the husband's workshop that we hear about, or is that something else? Okay, anything I've left out about the cipher, Jonathan and Aaron, anything else we figured out between our last stream and now? I feel like maybe we might have figured out a little bit about the messages. We don't fully understand this. But Jonathan figured out this says 4 Gray's Inn, so it's the house, the address of the Thackers here. What else did we... Oh, there was something else we figured out. We figured out a couple things regarding previous cases. We read a little bit about, since this game... yes, okay, good. There were a couple more. Okay, Jonathan points out one of them. I'll start with this one. It's clear that this game makes references to other Sherlock Holmes cases. And so Jonathan started doing some research into that, and I did as well, and we found a couple things. First of all, we found out that there is a case where it's clear that Moriarty is leaving these rare Roman coins on bodies as he kills them for betraying his organization. And if you'll remember, the body of Peter Rucastle is found at London Tower with a Roman coin in his pocket. I was working for a long time on the theory that Peter Rucastle killed himself. I was convinced of it, but now it seems clear not. So we think for sure Moriarty killed him, planted a Roman coin on his body. Details of how he killed him, we don't know, but we don't care. We also were operating for quite a while under the theory that the butler O'Brady's brother Patrick is the one in France that he's talking to, because remember we found the photo in his mother's house and it looks just like Wiggins, and that turns out to be McGuire, M-C-W-I-R-E, who's in Paris. We think that's the brother. Jonathan made a brilliant connection, which I'll just bring up here, which is that when we look at the records, the birth records for O'Brady, we find out his mother remarried to someone named McGuire, M-C-G-U-I-R-E. And the brother's name is Patrick. So we think somewhere in the translation between the brother moving to France or whatever, the name Patrick McGuire turned into Paddy, sort of exaggerating the Irish part of his heritage, and then McGuire turned into McGuire. So now we're very confident that Paddy McGuire, who's the criminal guy, not the top boss, that's Gerard, but the boss under him, is Paddy McGuire is Patrick McGuire, who's the butler O'Brady's stepbrother. So that we understand. Is there anything else that we figured out? Because there's a lot we don't understand. Shall we start talking about the questions? Oh, yeah. Okay. That was the other thing that Jonathan, I mean, this doesn't really help us solve our mystery, but Jonathan did point out that we go to the post office and we find the postal guy says, hey, you know, something weird happened. Um, Miss Thacker sometimes gets letters from France, and I collect stamps for my kid. And I saw this beautiful new one with a color I had never seen. And I asked her for it, but it was for the butler. So she couldn't give it to me. And we thought, okay, that's just the butler's getting letters from overseas from his brother. We figured that point out. But Jonathan realized, oh, it might have been a Paris exposition stamp. That's why it looks so different. That was cool. And Jonathan also found when we got to the questions are strange and they give us pause. And let's look at them. Here are the questions we read at the end of our playthrough. Where are the birds? What else can be found at the same place? What was the weird one? Oh yeah, what can be found at the basement of the Cox Bank? So Jonathan did a little bit of research and he found that there's some previous case where Watson keeps a book of unsolved cases. Was that it? Was it unsolved cases of Holmes, or unsolved cases that no one knows the answer to? And Watson keeps that at the basement of Cox Bank. So if you remember, we went to Cox Bank in this game and we got some information about, I forget what we got at the Cox Bank. Someone's money, whatever it is. They both, it was just Thacker has a good amount of money. Okay, so that we think we know the answer to. There was another weird question about this. Question 14 was weird. So, but we think we know what was at the bottom of Cox Bank. 14, what is the relationship between the young man at the Salvation Army headquarters and the flower girl at Covent Garden? These seem to be people not involved in our case, but if you look up the flower girl, her name is Eliza Doolittle, and Eliza Doolittle is a character in a play or novel, whatever, called Pygmalion, also made into a movie. I forget what the title is, different. And I'm not sure who we think the young man is, except if it's Mike Collier. But so I'm not sure exactly what kind of answer they want here. What's the relationship? I don't quite get that question. We know they know each other. She knows Mike Collier. And the young man at the Salvation Army, we hear giving this speech. So I don't know if the answer to this is going to be, something to do with their two characters from the story Pygmalion. We think we know what the secret message says. We know who Patty McGuire is. The items at Parsons and Son, we know what those are. Those are for decrypting the secret message. And we know this as much as we're going to want to know it if we care. Who is responsible for the murder of Peter Rewcastle? Why? Well, we know who. Why is going to come back to our theories. We'll get back to that. Okay, here was the other weird question. For what great and lasting accomplishment is Francois Villard remembered today? So I think there's two answers to that. One is, this is just internet research. You have to remember, let's step back for a second and remember. This game was a contest released in 86 in France, and the answers weren't provided with the game. They were the way they are with this English edition. And people had a couple months to submit their answers, and then there was a contest to see who won. This is 86. There is no internet, right? So, or just the beginnings, the little rumblings of internet. So you can't just go on the internet and say, search for Francois Villard, let me get his history. So it was much harder to find this information. And if you wanted to know about previous cases, you can't just search into it. So finding out some of these answers now is easy. Back then might not have been. So there's two pieces of information on the internet about Francois Villard. One is that there's some wine invention, or he's known for his wine. And the other one was some interesting book got published about identifying criminals. And there's some interesting discussion in our case. We meet someone, it's not Villard, it's someone else, who talks about his theory of the case, of how you identify criminals. And I'm trying to remember if there was something like it was published under the name Villard or something. Either way, we don't really care about that so much. And then the rest of these are cases for mystery. So I'm going to circle the ones that we think we know the answer to, or know enough of it that we don't care about figuring it out. This one's a half. All right, so that leaves us with a bunch more questions, some of which really give me pause just to see them there. Like, what role did Mike Collier play? In all of our discussions, he's played no role. He just came to us with the case. So that troubles me. Basically, same for Annie Forster. And then these other questions about who's behind the planned theft of the original documents, who actually carried out the planned theft. We've been trying to, come up with different ways to attack this. One of the things we looked at is the French questions. The French questions did not have this word original. So we kind of know now by decoding that message that the documents sent weren't original. But it seems like this use of this word original is leaking information that you shouldn't know. The original French just say who planned the theft, who carried out the theft. So that's a little bit weird. So those are our questions. What do we need to... Jonathan Warner says, I'll put this up because this is a compliment for me, so we better have it on the screen. Thanks for putting so much time into the cipher. Yeah, I mean, I think the story for this whole case and cases like this is you never know when to pull the plug and say, it's not worth my time to keep doing this. And you're always sort of teased by the possibility of figuring it out. And it's a great relief when we figured out that cipher, but it was getting frustrating. And I feel like perhaps my attention to understanding the mystery suffered a bit from how much time I spent trying to understand the cipher. And I sort of burned out on the cipher. So I don't know about how much we're going to understand of this actual mystery. All right. So what else do we need to go over? I think, I really want to hear the solution, but I also want us to we agreed we weren't going to rush into it. And I think it pays to go over some of this. At this point, I just want to hear the solution. Like, I'm okay. We were warned in the beginning by the three people who played this game before us, who wrote on BGG about it. We were warned that you are not going to be able to solve this. Like, Holmes comes up with a solution that makes sense. We're told it makes sense by the people who played it, which is shocking to me. It is absolutely shocking that there is a solution that's going to make sense. But we're told you can't really figure it out. You're not going to. And I thought, well, maybe we could, but I do not feel confident that we can come anywhere near it. But I'm thrilled. I'm happy to read it, and I'm okay with us not having solved it. Like, I've resigned myself that we can't come up with it. But I think it's absolutely fascinating that we can't find a solution that's consistent. But let's go over some of the questions and the theory. I feel like maybe there's three of us here. We know this already. It might feel like it's, why are we going over this if we already know it? But I feel like for the record, we should get it on the table. So let's start with the timeline that Jonathan prepared and that we've revised and cleaned up a bit. And I've got my little figures here to reenact it. So I'm going to reenact the day, Monday, the day in question that we know about. So we're going to go over our evidence and our questions before we come up with our theories. Okay, so on Monday, there's a knock at Holmes's door where we are hanging out, and it's Mike Collier who tells us that his fiancée has been arrested along with the butler. So that's Annie Forster and Nigel O'Brady. They've been arrested and put in jail for the theft and burglary of porcelain birds that happened here at Miss Thacker's house, where she lives with Henry, her husband, the engineer. So here's the timeline as we know it. Sunday night, Peter Rucastle here is found dead at London Tower. It's a John Doe body. We don't know who he is at the time. He's found though with some cigarettes with some secret message, and he's killed in a very weird way with a crossbow quiver that we never really work out, and a Roman coin. But that's not so important for our case. We eventually figure out he's Peter Rucastle, an ex-military vet who was heard bragging at the Porky's bar something about betraying your country. And he's got a house up here. When we search it, we find some weird documents, which we'll talk about. But Sunday night, getting back to timeline, he's found dead. Monday is where all of the events happen that we care about. On Monday, everyone in the Thacker household is home. Annie Forster, the governess, Nigel O'Brady, the butler, the Henry, the husband, engineer, who's working on a secret military document about trying to collate information on building a flying plane. Henry, the husband, Miss Thacker, the wife. At 8 a.m., someone comes knocking on their door. We believe that person came from Whitehall, and we believe that person is Mycroft Holmes, based on his physical description of his gray eyes. He arrives at 8. He takes Henry in the office. They talk for a half an hour. We're getting all this information from Miss Thacker, by the way, when we go to talk to her. So most of our narrative of the day comes from Miss Thacker, who could be lying to us. In fact, is lying to us about certain things. But this is what she tells us. They had a meeting from 8 a.m. to 8:30. Then she doesn't say Mycroft leave, but we believe he must leave. 8:30, Henry comes out. He says to his wife, change of plans. I'm going to be preoccupied for 3 days. I want you to leave London. Take Annie Forster, your best friend governess, with you. Go to Bath, go out of town, send the butler away for 3 days as well. I'm going to be preoccupied, is all he says. He goes back in his office for 3 hours, comes out at noon with the briefcase and leaves. We think we track him with the horse and carriage log, and we think he goes to Whitehall where Mycroft Holmes is, and we think he's hanging out there. So the question about where he is, we think he's there, and we got most of that. We got huge amounts of information from studying this carriage log here. And there are some ones that make me a little nervous that we might have missed, but we get a lot of our information from that carriage log. Okay, so he leaves at noon, according to her. He's never seen again. She's quite worried, she tells the police, when he never comes home. Then, according to her statement and Annie Forster's statement, her best friend, they basically spend the day at home. Eventually, she says at 7 p.m., and Annie's boyfriend, which we don't have a figure for, let's just use this one. Annie's boyfriend, which is Mike Collier, he comes in, he picks up Annie, so they say they go to a play. They go to a place somewhere in Kent Street, which I believe is here. No, it's at the Elephant and Castle here. Okay. She says she was reading all day. Then she took some sleeping pills. She went to sleep, some sleeping powder. She went to sleep. She sent the butler off at noon. Then she gets woken up around 8 or 9. There's a break-in. She goes down. She discovers the house has been broken into. The birds are gone. She calls the cops. Okay. But from her cab log and the just talking to the homeless people, the fake homeless people on her corner, various other things, we figure out that's not what happened. What really happened is after the husband leaves, she sends the butler away at noon. He's seen roaming around the neighborhood, lurking about, loitering. Meanwhile, we believe she's talked with Annie. We know she's got wigs because she's involved in amateur plays. She has Annie dress up as her and sit in the front window pretending to read. Meanwhile, she gets a basket filled with something we don't know. We think probably now that the basket contained the original document that her husband's been working on and the porcelain birds. She loads those in a basket. She sneaks out of the house with a brunette wig to disguise herself as the governess. She takes a cab down to this bad neighborhood here. Following her in another cab is the butler, O'Brady, who has a criminal history, but she hired anyway. He's following her secretly. We see her disappear down in South London somewhere, with the butler following. We know from a cop on the beat cop that she returns without her basket. And then we see with the cab log her going back to her house at around 5 p.m. We never see the butler again. So she didn't spend too much time down there. She went to South London with the basket. She came back without the basket. That's all we're told. At 7 p.m., the fiance of Annie Forster comes, picks her up, and they go to a play at the Elephant and Castle, just exactly as she said, with tickets given to her by Miss Thacker, who pays for the cab. It seems like Miss Thacker wants her out of the house. Now, Miss Thacker said she went to sleep, but we actually trace her getting into another cab at 7:30, taking that cab down to a theater, which she normally goes to, but not going in the theater, going across the street to the George and Vulture pub. By tracking the cab logs, one of the things we figured out that was really fun to figure out was that she goes to, there's her house, Sidmouth Lane, or near her house. She goes to the Strand. We track her activity. Well, we actually found there's someone else who takes a cab to arrive at the Strand, almost identical schedule to her. When we trace that person back, we find out it's this barrister named Charles Attard. So we trace him to that same bar. We actually have the bartender saying, when someone asks about umbrella, he says, oh yeah, that's Charles Attard's umbrella. So we know they were both in this pub at the exact same time. It really seems clear to us that they had a meetup. One of them gave one of them a document. We don't know which. The guy who spotted her not go into the theater, he says he thinks she had something under her arm when she went in, but he's not sure. This seems connected very much to the document we found on Peter Rucastle's body here. This document says, we don't understand what it says entirely. This was found written on a cigarette box on his body, half full. It seems to say, receive doc at George and Vulture. We really think that this first line, someone's meeting up to receive a document. It makes sense that it's Charles Attard receiving a document from Miss Thacker. We think the CA is Charles Attard. We do not understand what this word is. Trosm, erasm, it doesn't make sense to us. CL, we don't know what that's referring to. SM, we think this says, might refer to the Spitalfields Market, which is right next to Thacker's house. Not Thacker, Peter Rucastle's house. So our best guess is that this might be something like receive the document and then transmit it to Charles Attard at this place. So what we think this might be is we think this might have been instructions for Peter Rucastle given to him in this cigarette box, telling him maybe he was supposed to meet here, get the document from Miss Thacker. He was supposed to bring it to Spitalfields Market, where he would hand it off to Charles Attard, and that Peter Rucastle's death required them to change plans so that Charles Attard would meet Miss Thacker directly. We think so, but we don't know what this word means. We don't know who's supposed to exactly receive what. And one of the biggest insights Jonathan had that I completely missed was I thought that Peter Rucastle was killed the night of this event, but he was actually killed the night before. So somehow he has this information about this meeting that happens on the next night. So he knows in advance about this meeting. Very odd. And here, by the way, is the message we found in his house, burned note. We don't know what it says. We think it has the address of Miss Thacker's house on it, but we don't know. We know these handwritings are quite different. We're told that we found a postcard saying, "Welcome to Adelaide," which has bad handwriting. We think maybe our best guess is that this is Peter Rucastle's handwriting, and so that this was a message written to him by someone else. So getting back to our timeline, Miss Thacker meets with Charles Attard at 7:30. They do some sort of handoff. She comes home at 8:30 or so. Then at 9:30, she reports the theft, the burglary. We don't know when the burglary happened. She says she was asleep, but she also said that she didn't go for this meeting. So it's possible that the burglary happened while she was away at this meeting, or it's also possible that she had the meeting, she came home, she went to sleep, and then she was woken up by the sound, as she says. Charles Attard goes right to Paris. When we go to Paris 2 days later, we find out that Charles Attard actually meets with McGuire in Paris. Here's our Paris map. When we went to Paris, we find out that they have dinner that night. So he flies directly, not flies, he sails directly and trains directly to Paris, where he meets up right away Charles Attard, who we think is a barrister, maybe a corrupt criminal barrister because of where he works. He meets up and they have this celebratory dinner at the Eiffel Tower, quite expensive dinner. Then he's tired. Then he goes back to his hotel and flies home the next day, sails home the next day. So presumably he's delivered some document to McGuire. McGuire, who we now know is the butler's brother, he then goes home and he's trying to sell this document, we think, to some criminal underworld people in Paris. There's our timeline. I believe I've captured the timeline adequately. Jonathan, if you can think of anything I missed in the timeline of events going forward, I think that's about it. The only thing that happens also on Wednesday when we're in Paris is we do run across someone who's working with McGuire, or who McGuire is trying to sell document to, who says to McGuire, "I don't want to have anything to do with this. I don't want to double cross someone." So that also happens on Wednesday. So we think McGuire may be trying to double cross someone. And what we think that might have to do with is, remember, McGuire receives the document in Paris. Meanwhile, his brother has placed a newspaper secret message. So we think what might happen is McGuire might learn the day after he's received this document, he might learn from his brother's message that the document is fake. And so the person he's trying to sell to either is referring to a double cross because the document is fake, or is referring to the double cross because McGuire is trying to sell the document behind the back of his boss, who's Gerard. We know is this big boss, and we know Gerard is trying to sell the document to the Paris intelligence services. So McGuire may be trying to sell the document to different people and double crossing his boss, who may be involved with Moriarty, and that's why the person may not want to get involved with McGuire. Okay, Jonathan points out the other big part of Paris that we went to Paris to research was the origin story of Mrs. Thacker. Most of our time in Paris was spent tracking down McGuire, which I already covered, going to the exposition, getting a feel for it, looking for underworld figures, but a big part of it was tracking down Miss Thacker's origin story, her history. When we started Paris, we were convinced that Miss Thacker was a spy, had somehow been indoctrinated as a Red Sparrow in her youth, and she was spying on Henry Thacker, and she married him just to get close to his information, even though there's some flaws there, like he really wasn't involved in secret stuff in the beginning. We did track down her history. It was quite fascinating. We had to go through a lot of work in Paris to track down where she used to live, her old friends, her mother, all over Paris. And Henry's, remember she met Henry at the Sorbonne, so we wanted a little bit of his history. What we found, in fact, was a fascinating story, a fascinating backstory to Mrs. Thacker. And the story goes something like this. When she was 15 or 16, she wanted to travel the world, and she left with her friend, whose name was Claudette or something, Claudette Brazil, whatever. The two of them, at 15 or 16, leave to travel the world. She disappears for like 5 years, then she comes home. She's very sad, despondent, but she returns to her mother in Paris. And then she shortly thereafter meets Henry Thacker. They're happily married. Everyone in this entire game says they're super happily married, that he was an important part of her life and brought her back to life, etc. So we tracked down, where was she these 5 years? Was she indeed indoctrinated into some spy agency, Red Sparrow thing? Well, it turns out the story is a little more domesticated. She actually travels to America and around the world with her friend, and who she's still very good friends with and speaks with once a year. And they were sort of performing as they traveled around to make ends meet, barely surviving, but enjoying traveling the world. And eventually they ended up in Adelaide, Australia. In Adelaide, they meet another girl, and they're all dancers at cabarets, just scraping by, but being excited to be young and traveling the world. One day her friend comes to her and tells her that she's just been assaulted by a drunken sailor and ended up killing him. He pulled a revolver, they struggled over it, he got killed. Now, it turns out that this friend of theirs, so it's Emily, Miss Thacker, her best friend, and this new friend they met in Adelaide. Well, when her new friend is telling us the story, it leaks out because she's like, oh yeah, I get letters constantly from Emily, and she gives me updates on Annie, and we're like, why do you know Annie? And she's like, oh, maybe I thought you knew. And then she tells us this story, and Annie is this third girl. She's not just her current governess. She was a girl that Miss Thacker met long ago when she was 15 or 16. So Annie comes to these two girls and she says, I just killed this guy. You have to believe me, it was a mistake. And you have to help me. Emily Thacker, this beautiful blonde dancer, uses the one card she has. She goes to the police officer who's in charge of the police in Adelaide, who fancies her. remember, she's dancing at a cabaret, so she sees him all the time. He's one of her fans. We're not told how far she went with this police officer, but she got them a night. She got them. He basically said, I'm going to look the other way for one day. You have one day. I'm not going to arrest you. The three girls get out of Adelaide. They use Annie's money. They split up. Annie goes to London, and Emily and her best friend return back to Paris, where she's sad, scared, whatever, but eventually reconstructs her life, marries Henry. They move to London. When they move to London, Emily reconnects with Annie and hires her on as her governess, and they're like peas in a pod. They're very close friends. They have a genuine friendship. Whether Henry knows about this past, we doubt, but it's possible. So that's the origin story of Miss Thacker. She escaped, not escaped isn't the right word, she fled from Adelaide as a suspect in a murder, which we think sets up the start of this case for us. I believe I've covered the basic fact pattern. And this murder in Adelaide is where we believe things may have started to go wrong for Miss Thacker. The heart of all of our theories. Now, I have not gotten Aaron's theory. It's been an hour, so maybe we'll take a pause here and I'll look for that again, or I'll ask Aaron to describe it to us since he's online. But, oh, well, yeah, let me show you one more thing that's important for this. That was the other thing we figured out. The other thing we figured out was above this secret message is a message from JM. And I think maybe Aaron was the person who pointed out that JM is Moriarty, J. Moriarty. And he's got two Bible quotes here. One is, and he cast down the pieces of silver and went and hanged himself. And then, I will take vengeance on my adversaries and requite those who hate me. So we think this message is placed by Moriarty right after he kills Peter Rucastle. It's sort of like a warning, don't try to betray me, don't double-cross me, something like that. All of those things put together part of what makes up our initial start of the theory, which is that Miss Thacker somehow gets recognized by someone as being from Adelaide. Someone recognizes that she's the woman that escapes from Adelaide. We're sort of hinted at that the people in Adelaide, in that city, suspect these three girls of murder and escaping the law and probably want to hunt them down or return them to justice. So the starting point, the seed, if you will, of most of our theories, of Jonathan's theory and my theory, comes down to basically the idea that someone recognized her and is going to attempt to blackmail her, and that Peter Rucastle is involved in that. He mentions at the bar when he's drunk something about, it's not just, there are other reasons besides dishonesty that you would betray your country. So either that's a reference to Miss Thacker betraying her country, not because she's dishonest, but because she's forced to through blackmail, or it's a comment about himself. But we think that's sort of the start of where things go wrong for Miss Thacker, that someone's going to try to blackmail her and force her to give up her husband's document. I think that's the core of my theory, the core of Jonathan's theory. The details venture off from there. Aaron, yes, I think you should do that. Let's take a 5-minute break, though. We've recapped the facts, most of the facts. We'll come back, we'll talk about some of the things we don't understand, and then we'll start talking about our theories. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. And we are wrapping up our Adventures by Gaslight, and we're drawing it out as befitting a game that's taken us 40 plus hours to play. I have received Erin's hypothesis here. Okay, so before we get into our theories, I guess I'd like us to look at some of the questions we don't understand. And while we're at it, go through and appreciate how much note-taking has been done for this game. But let us look at some. So here are our major players: Annie, Emily, Henry, Nigel O'Brady the butler, Peter Rootcastle, Charles Attard, and then some bit players here that we met. Okay, so I've got a whole bunch of pages of questions that some of these we've answered in the meantime. So I'm going to skip over this list of questions, but I'm going to get back to it. But here I'd like to go through some of the tough questions that I am struggling with. Okay. So someone comes, presumably Mycroft, at 8 a.m. by surprise, and Henry, and then leaves, and then Henry spends from 8 a.m. till noon doing something in his office we don't know, and then comes out and tells her again, you've got to leave town for 3 days. So why is Henry gone? What does Mycroft tell him? Why does he tell his wife to send everyone away for 3 days, assuming she's not lying about that? There's those questions. Then there's this question about, we're fairly convinced now that she must have brought the original document to South London. Why does she do that? Why does she do that in disguise? And is she bringing that to the workshop of the husband, which we're told is in South London? And we get this, there's this one weird clue where a cop catches us trying to break in, and we say, oh, we thought our friend Mr. Thacker, this is his workshop. And the cop or the security guard is sort of non-committal. So I can't tell if we're meant to know that that's the workshop or if that's just what he told the cop. But probably there's a good chance it's the workshop. I don't know what you, Erin and Jonathan, think about that. Are you convinced it's the workshop or not sure? The big question that has really caused us no end of strife and struggle are these damn birds. We're fairly convinced that they're not important to the case. We don't think they were stolen by someone to steal them, for sure, but are they involved? I had this theory at one point that she says in the beginning she likes to rearrange the birds in her display cabinet, and it's kind of childish, so I was thinking right away, whoa, that's like how a spy gets out messages. Like maybe she arranges them in different order to send a message. Someone's looking through the window and can see. That's the way she communicates. I still love that, but the fact that she doesn't seem to be a spy makes me think that that's not the case. Okay, if she did take them to South London within the basket, which seems likely, why? And we'll talk about some theories of trying to reconcile that. What does the cigarette message say? That's this one that we really have been struggling over, that we think we understand part of it, but not all of it. Like, what exactly does it say? What's the story behind it? How does Peter Rootcastle have it in French cigarettes? Maybe we have some theories about that. What does the burned note say? This one. What's the story behind that? Here's the key one that I have struggled with. Is Miss Thacker working with Mycroft and Henry on the plan to provide fake corrupt document? We're fairly convinced, at least Jonathan and I, that that's what she's done. She's provided a fake copy, especially when we decipher that message that says the original document's here, the copy was delivered to you. So she's getting them a fake copy, we think. But is she working with Mycroft and Henry? Are they all in on this plot to provide a fake copy? Or did she give in to the blackmail, and is she secretly doing this? either secretly giving them a bad copy, or does she think she's giving them the real copy? Who broke in or staged the break-in, and why? This is the one that has still got me the most rattled. The birds and the break-in are the one that I have struggled so hard to understand. And I'll explain why those sort of contradict all of our theories. Okay, what does the statement by Peter Rucastle mean? He says, it is not necessarily that one is dishonest, that one agrees to betray his country. What does the statement by the friend mean about I don't want to double cross nobody? I don't want to find myself with a knife planted in my back. This makes me think of the guy we saw in the theater newspaper of May 5th that got killed coincidentally in their, here, man found dead at theater. We never came up with a great theory about this. Red hair. You know, red hair, he's Irish. I really think these are connected to our case. Maybe someone working for the butler and his brother got killed by Moriarty or Gerard for trying to double cross them. Who committed the burglary? This is back to the burglary. Was it a fake stage scene or a real burglary? If it was real, it was presumably to steal the document. If it was fake, to what aim? Why do you stage it? For whose eyes? Then here's a little meta question. We know the original French case was called The Affair of the Paper Birds. Is that a hint to us about how we should interpret what the birds are? I was thinking paper birds, maybe that's like because the birds are used as a message. Here's a big question. How does the butler know to write in the cipher on Monday night, the document you have is not genuine, the real one is in the workshop in South London? Like, how, even if he's followed her, and even if he sees she's got the document in her basket and she's leaving it at the workshop, how is he making the connection that the one they have is fake? Maybe he's just assuming that if the real one is here, he's connecting the dots and assuming that they have a fake one. And then if Peter Rucastle is killed for working against Moriarty, which we think he's killed for being double-crossing, and then does that mean that Miss Thacker told Mycroft and is working with him? I guess this is just my comment about whether they're in on it. If Mycroft is running a trap operation to catch these spies or plant bad information, why does it seem that Holdhurst is in the dark? He's the Minister of War. Like, he seems genuine. Mycroft is like, the guy's missing, don't worry about it. But Holdhurst seems concerned, so that was a little weird to me. And then yet more questions. I mean, there are a lot of questions. There was an interesting part in the game about the chest opening. We can skip some of these. These were just trying to brainstorm about how certain things wouldn't make sense with certain other things. Then a whole bunch of notes on decrypting the cipher. We can skip that. Okay, and then we've got a bunch of attempts to come up with theories. One theory was with Miss Thacker working with Mycroft and Henry to set up this fake thing. Here's my theory where, I guess that's the same thing. Here's my theory of Miss Thacker not working with Mycroft and Holmes. We can go over that in a second. More discussions of possible theories, what they would mean if you assume one thing. Some crazy alternate theories, like Mike Collier's involved in this, that the meeting with Altard was not to hand him documents, but to get documents from him. Okay, and now we have, then I've got Jonathan Warner's theory, which we can go through. And then another attempt to come up with theory that I hit, and then my last chance at coming up with a theory, which I guess this is the one I'll present. And then we've got Aaron's theory. Now, Aaron was going to email me to get on board with the discussions that Jonathan had in the last couple of days, and maybe he did, but his email may have gone, Aaron, your email may have gone to spam, and that's why I didn't I thought you didn't reach out to me, so you've missed a lot of the discussions about the cipher and everything. So your rough theory, it doesn't take into account any of that. But we'll take a look. So are we ready to go over some of our theories? Aaron and Jonathan, are you ready to sort of voice out? And you can voice comments in here. I'm going to reflect on them. You guys give your comments about where you think these theories fall down. Like I definitely cannot come up with a theory that I feel good about. So I've kind of resigned myself to us presenting a sort of a shotgun scattershot of different theories, pieces of theories. Then we'll read the solution slowly and talk about it. Okay, let's start with Aaron's theory, which has not had the benefit of having any discussion with Jonathan and I about all the new information, but let's just go over what we got. Okay, so Aaron has answered some questions. Number one, where are Mrs. Thacker's porcelain birds? Aaron says, they could have been sold in the black market, but I don't think so. I will return to my original argument that inside the birds there must be some hidden documents that the burglars were after. The documents could be the formula. If so, the original porcelain birds, or ones having the formula, were hidden by Mr. and Mrs. Thacker for someplace, and fakes, or the one that does not have the formula in it, was left behind. They probably knew some people were after the formula, and probably Mycroft told Thacker about it. The porcelain birds could be with Mr. Thacker, but they're more likely to be where Annie transported them, which is the warehouse. This came to me when you said the formula on the back of the Paris postcard is wrong, which can mean that Mr. Thacker is letting us know that the original formula is safe. Very interesting. I love that Aaron's theory has there being information in the birds or with the birds. It's very tempting. I love that one of us has put forth a theory about that. What else can be found at the same place? No idea. Could it be Mr. Thacker? Well, we think now, with that comment by the butler, we think the original document was put probably at the warehouse. Maybe that. Okay, who is behind the planned theft of the original documents? If there's an international spy operation, it should be Moriarty. Who actually carried out the planned theft? McGuire with the help of O'Brady. Okay, so Jonathan's theory here, at least, has about has the burglary being real. McGuire with the help of O'Brady. So O'Brady is the person who has a sort of inside, should be able to get into the house and maybe actually break in, but it might be why the dog sniffed around and didn't think someone broke in from outside. So I like that idea. My last theory has the break-in being real too, in a slightly different way. Okay, 5. Where is Henry Thacker? Either in the Ministry of Defense under Mycroft's protection, or most likely in a safe house in Paris. Okay. What role did Annie Forrester? Annie transported the original porcelain birds to the warehouse. Well, Aaron has Annie, but I'm fairly convinced that they swapped places, put on wigs. So it was Miss Thacker who went to the warehouse, I believe. Okay, 7. What role did Nigel O'Brady play? He helped McGuire get inside knowledge about the formula in the birds. Yeah, I think he is the inside man. I like that. 8. What role did Mike Collier play? No idea. He'd not play any. I think we're mostly agreed on that. 9 and 10, which Aaron says no idea. That we know now from decrypting the cipher. 9 and 10 we know from Jonathan's work on the internet. And then 11, the Parsons and Son and the Agony column, we deciphered those, so we know those. 12 just says ugh, but we did figure that out eventually. 13, who is Paddy McGuire, the brother of O'Brady? We all are in agreement on that. This one says, Aaron says, I missed that part. Well, yeah, we know that it's related to Pygmalion play. We just don't know exactly what the army guy is. Who's responsible for the murder? And Aaron just says, your theory is the only thing I can come up with, so suicide. Well, I mean, I was convinced it was suicide for the longest time, and I still like it better as suicide, but But it seems like it's Moriarty that killed him now to me, based on the coin and what we learned from the internet. Okay, so that was Aaron's thoughts. The main takeaway I have from that is that the birds had something secret in them. I still think that's very tempting. Okay, let us take a look at Jonathan's theory. Jonathan has the longest, fully fleshed out, detailed theory. All right, let's look at this. Jonathan says, Miss Thacker's living in Australia befriends Annie Forster. Rucastle is a retired military officer acting as local chief of police. Annie Foster kills the drunken sailor accidentally in self-defense. Miss Thacker uses a crush Rucastle has on her to buy one day for her, and they escape. As a result of their escape, Rucastle loses his post in disgrace. So here's what Jonathan, remember, my pitch was come up with some story that's consistent. So Jonathan has just weaved in Peter Rucastle into this Australian story and saying he was the guy that liked her, and so he was disgraced, and that's how he would recognize her. Okay, and then the rest of these are facts we know. They dedicate themselves to the Salvation Army out of guilt for the death, whatever. She hires Nigel O'Brady because she knows what it's like to have a troubled past. Okay, that's Jonathan's explanation for hiring Nigel O'Brady. I tend to think that too, although the other possibility is that he starts blackmailing her from day one, Nigel O'Brady, because he's this criminal underworld and she knows he's bad, but she has to work with him anyway. But I still like this theory better. Rucastle has fallen into destitution and visits the Salvation Army and recognizes Miss Thacker rich and happy. I like this idea. We're told he's poor. He looks like he would go to the Salvation Army for help. So I like the idea that they meet up there. That's where Peter Rucastle recognizes her and decides to blackmail her. So Rucastle drinks and laments his situation. Talking about Mrs. Thacker. Then he says Moriarty's informant hears and relates to Moriarty. So in Jonathan's interpretation, Rucastle recognizes her at the Salvation Army. He's drinking and talking. We know he loosens up when he drinks. Moriarty gets word of this, and Moriarty formulates a plan to use this information to blackmail Thacker to get the document of her husband. And then Jonathan is relating Moriarty and Garrod to be Garrod is the person in Paris that's going to sell the research at the exposition. He's the other criminal guy working with Moriarty. Okay, so Rucastle is enlisted but misled to believe that the blackmail is about money. He thinks it's about making Miss Thacker pay for her mistakes. Then he begins to spy on her residence and leave the ominous postcard. So Jonathan has come up with an explanation for those greetings from Adelaide postcards. He's using those to drop off to threaten her for blackmail. Okay. At the same time, McGuire, who happens to be the half-brother of O'Brady, works for Gerard, sends a letter to his brother with a stamp from the exposition telling O'Brady to keep an eye on the Thackers and send him coded updates in the paper. So that's how O'Brady gets roped into this. He just so happens to be connected with the brother. And then Jonathan's got O'Brady leaving instructions for Mrs. Thacker, instructing her to begin to copy her husband's notes while he is out at his weekly chess meetings. So this is interesting. Jonathan's theory is that Miss Thacker is told she has to make a copy of the document, and that's what she's going to hand over. Miss Thacker believes these are from the same source. She confides, so this is a key part of Jonathan's theory. Jonathan has Miss Thacker confiding in her husband and Mycroft that she's being blackmailed. Then Mycroft comes up with a plan to put false information to the foreign government. So he's going to replace the document with a fake. So Mycroft figures out Rucastle is the blackmailer. Then O'Brady passes a message in a French cigarette box from his brother to Rucastle. It informs Rucastle he will act as an intermediary. receiving the copied documents and delivering them to Charles Altard. That's the theory I said, that this originally was telling Rucastle to meet up and get the document from Miss Thacker and then deliver it to Charles Altard. Rucastle now realizes that this is about stealing state secrets instead of money, and he repents. He goes drinking, talks about, we heard about him talking at the bar. This is where it gets back to Moriarty, and Moriarty kills him. Although Jonathan says, Mycroft sends Rucastle a note telling him to meet while pretending to be spying on Thacker residents as he's been doing. So Jonathan's saying basically Mycroft figures it out, hears about it, and so he's trying to meet with Thacker to turn Thacker to work for the good guys. But meanwhile, and Rucastle burns a note. So I guess, Jonathan, you've got this note being from Mycroft with the bad handwriting. Or that he's just writing it down, what he heard, whatever. But in Jonathan's telling, Rucastle is found, Moriarty figures out that Rucastle is double-crossing him, so they kill him and put him at the Tower of London. Mycroft is alerted to the death of Rucastle, goes to Thacker's for an emergency discussion. This is the idea that it's Rucastle's death at 8 a.m., or last night, that brings Mycroft for this emergency session. I really love that idea, that the precipitating event that's causing Mycroft to come in at 8 a.m. on Monday for this emergency meeting is that Peter Rucastle has been killed, and so their plans are turned upside down. Okay, so Mycroft tells Thacker to come with him to the workshop and for Mrs. Thacker to continue the false information plan. Mr. Thacker takes the real documents with him, leaves Miss Thacker with the fakes and maybe a backup of the fakes in the safe. That seems pretty far-fetched to me. Moriarty spies see Mr. Thacker and Mycroft leave. O'Brady's thrown out and knows something's up, so that's why he's loitering about. Moriarty or one of his men uses a phone to call the Thacker residence. Moriarty explains that there could have been a leak, and now Miss Thacker must also perform a fake burglary. This sounds weird to me, but Jonathan's trying to explain why there is this burglary and why it's a fake burglary. Moriarty thinks Mycroft might know some attempt will be made to get Mr. Thacker's research. The purpose of the burglary will be to create the impression that an attempt has been made to steal Mr. Thacker's research and failed. I love this idea to come up with a reason for this fake burglary. I just don't buy it, but it's a good theory, or it's a theory, and I have hard trouble seeing any understanding any of these. Mrs. Thacker will also provide a time frame making it impossible for the documents to be copied by burglars. Mycroft will think Britain's enemies have failed, while Mrs. Thacker has provided them with copied documents. In other words, Moriarty will trick Mycroft into thinking that the burglary attempt failed. That's what Moriarty thinks, or Gerard. Miss Thacker agrees to continue false information seeding. She goes to the workshop to inform her husband and Mycroft about this update. So Jonathan has got Mrs. Thacker going to the workshop, not to drop off the original document for safekeeping, because it was already taken by the husband, but to inform her husband. So they go disguise. Okay, so so here's Jonathan's theory about the birds. Mrs. Thacker, disguised as Annie, takes her birds as part of a setup for the fake robbery and to give to the husband to ensure the birds are safe. O'Brady's suspicion follows. She delivers the bird to the workshop, talks with the husband and Mycroft, and is ordered to proceed with the plan. So she fills them in on this change. She leaves. O'Brady sneaks and looks into the workshop. He sees that Mr. Thacker is working and still has his research. O'Brady knows something is up and proceeds to send the brother a coded message in the paper. Okay, that's the message that says, hey, the original documents are at the workshop. Miss Thacker sends Annie and Mike out of the house, so she just has to herself. She goes to the meeting with Attard that night, hands over the fake document. Attard goes to Paris. She returns. She stages the break-in. Lestrade decides the servants are most likely the cause for the robbery because it seems like an inside job. He arrests them. My collier comes to Sherlock for help. McGuire sends a message, sees the message about the real documents from the brother saying that you got the fakes. He just decides to try to recruit a crew to steal the real documents and cut out Gerard and Moriarty. Whether McGuire succeeded is unclear, but I don't understand this part. McGuire decides to try and recruit a crew to steal the documents. Do you mean steal the documents, the real documents? The separate copy he's trying to steal them? Okay, well, that's Jonathan's very complete story. Okay, now I have a bunch of theories that I don't like any of them, but I guess I owe it to come up with my one theory. So I'm going to have to come up with a theory. I'm not going to use my latest theory because my latest theory has her. I want to come up with a theory that's slightly different from the ones we've heard, just so we have a variety of theories. So I want to go with the theory. I want to go with the theory where the break-in is real. All right, I'm going to go with the theory that my heart tells me can't be true, but I don't want us to all let Miss Thacker get away with this. So I'm going to use my theory where Miss Thacker is actually giving in to the blackmail. All right, so let me try to use that one. So here's my theory. I won't write it out. I do not. This theory has a lot of holes, but I'm gonna go with it. My basic theory is this. It's very similar to the one that Jonathan proposed, except that in this theory, she's recognized either by Rucastle or someone else, and they try to blackmail her. And she's actually got a lot to lose. She's afraid she'll be hauled back to Adelaide, charged with murder, lose her marriage. Her friend that she worked so hard to keep out of jail, Annie, will also be hauled back to Australia. They'll all go to jail. She's been supporting her mother. She's responsible for paying for her mother's house, so her mother would go homeless. Her husband will be humiliated because it'll come out she slept with this police officer to get out of stuff. So in this theory, and again, everything we've heard is that they have a great marriage. So I have my strong doubts that she would really give in to blackmail. But I'm going to say that she decides she's going to give in to the blackmail. Then at some point, and Rucastle is the person who's working with Rucastle, and Altard and Gerard and Moriarty are all working as part of this blackmail plot to get her to hand over the documents, and she's planned to hand them over. The plan is for her to hand them over to, I guess, Rucastle at 7:30, much like Jonathan's theory. At some point, Mycroft hears about Rucastle, tries to turn him over. In this theory, Mycroft is trying to come up with a way to get the false documents, but also maybe catch Miss Thacker. So Mycroft is working with Rucastle, and Moriarty figures it out, kills Rucastle, which has to prompt this whole change of plan where now Miss Thacker has to meet directly with Charles Attard to give him the document at 7:30. When Mycroft comes in this theory, when Mycroft comes at 8 a.m., this is all a real surprise to Mrs. Thacker. She thought that everything was going to be normal. He was going to be going to his chess match, his chess club, and that's when she was going to do all this. So in this telling, she's genuinely freaked out about this. And Mycroft has come up with either some excuse to pull Henry out of the house, or he's setting him up with this meeting with this Paris engineer, whatever. He just wants him gone, and everyone. And he's told Henry some story about how he's going to be working for 3 days with the French engineer. At this point, Miss Thacker has to go. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say here. This is unbelievable, but my theory is going to be that Miss Thacker has come up with a plan to do this blackmail without causing that much damage to her husband. So she's been working on a fake version of the document in this workshop in South London. This is her fake workshop, not her husband's. So she brings the real document to the workshop, along with the birds that she puts on top of the basket. In case she gets stopped, she's going to say something about moving the birds. They're hiding the documents. She brings them to the workshop, and she picks up the fake document that she's been forging, which I don't know how she knows how to forge it so that it doesn't give away secrets, but I'm just going to say she does. Or maybe she's actually copying it to give them the real copy. If she was really using well, I guess that wouldn't make sense. All right, so she brings back her fake document, leaves the birds there in case she has to make an escape with the birds, or I don't know why. She goes back to the house with the fake document. The butler, O'Brady, has watched her do this, sees that she's planted and locked up the real document, kind of figures out what's going on. Then at 7:30, she hands over her fake document, which they think is real. And while she's gone, the butler breaks in. The butler breaks in because he's not sure of exactly what's happening. Maybe he doesn't know that she's already gone for the meeting. Maybe he wants to try to recover as many real documents as he can. He breaks in. He tears up the house looking for the documents, and then leaves, fakes it, wants to make it look like there was a real burglary, so knocks out the glass. Then he leaves. She comes home. She sees the burglary. She reports it to the cop just as normal. And honestly is talking about how she's scared that her husband hasn't come back. That's my alternate theory, with Mrs. Thacker actually giving into blackmail, but maybe not giving them the real document. I don't love it. I still doesn't really make sense why the birds are in the workshop, but they've got to be somewhere. The question asks us where they are. It seems like that's where they are. I think you can come up with an alternate plan that maybe is more believable, that's closer to Jonathan's, where Mycroft is in on it and she's going to the workshop to pick up. I like that better. I like the idea that she's going to the workshop to pick up the fake document, which she's then delivering. That makes sense to me. I actually like Jonathan's a little better. The part that I don't love about that one is the burglary. It just seems like we've got indications that it's fake, but I just do not see why you staged the burglary. Another theory I had was there actually two people trying to get hold of this document. One is getting hold of it through Charles Attard through the blackmail, and one is the burglary. And so maybe like Mycroft is doing the burglary and the Charles Attard doing the blackmail. But we actually know Moriarty is connected with Rucastle. We know Rucastle is connected with Charles Attard because of the cigarette message. So I don't know how there could be two, but I like the idea that there might be two attempts to get the document, one breaking in the house and one being given the fake document. Another theory that I really liked at some point was the idea that this message about receiving document was actually a message about Miss Thacker going to get a document, not handing it over. And that theory had Miss Thacker bringing the original to the workshop where it could be copied, fake copied, during that period from 4 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. And then at 7:30 p.m., she's picking it back up, the original, from Charles Attard, who might be in on this, returning the original. And maybe she's planting a copy in the safe of the fake version for someone to get. But honestly, I don't know how to make sense of the burglary, how the butler knows where the fake document went. And the other big part that's such a confusing mystery is, like, on one hand, I don't see how Miss Thacker is going to betray her husband. She loves him, although she is an actress. But on the other hand, if Mycroft and Henry are in on this whole thing, it's bizarre to me, if they're all in on it together, it's bizarre to me that they just leave her alone to handle all this. Like, why is she having to do this all by herself at the last minute? Why hasn't Mycroft worked out this whole complicated plan? Why is this last minute on Monday she has to rush to the workshop in disguise? I don't understand why they couldn't figure out a better way to do that. Although Jonathan has tried and I have tried to come up with some... The fact that Peter Rucastle was killed on Sunday means all their plans got flipped. And now they're in a rush. And a phone call can come in at any time saying you must do this now. Okay. Those are our theories. And those are why they're flawed. The thing about the I'm gonna talk for 10 minutes and then we'll take a break and then we'll read the solution. Aaron says you guys should come up with these. I don't know. I really feel stressed out that we haven't come up with a plausible explanation for the burglary. Yeah, and the burglary really, there's a whole bunch of evidence that seems to, if you think if it was this, it contradicts this and vice versa. Like, if there was a staged burglary and she's removing the birds to stage the burglary, why? Why stage a burglary? Who are you trying to impress? Who are you trying to have read about it? And I was thinking, well, maybe she wants people to read in the paper that the documents were stolen. Maybe she wants the criminals, like, here, think about it this way. Is it that the bad guys like have to construct a story that the buyers of the documents will believe regarding how they got the documents? Like, if you don't plant a story in the news about the theft, will the buyers figure out that it was an inside deal? Is that why you would stage a theft? Or you would stage a theft to cover up how the documents leaked out, but then why does she say nothing was stolen? It would make much more sense to stage a burglary and say the documents were stolen. And that gives Miss Thacker cover, like she was really the one that leaked the document. But as far as the cops and Mr. Thacker knows, it was stolen. But she says nothing was stolen. So what does that give her cover for? Very strange. And if it wasn't staged, then why would she either remove the birds ahead of time if she doesn't know there's a burglary? Or did the burglary really take the birds? Another of my theories was that the butler took the birds and put them in Annie's suitcase just to hide that it was, to make people think it was a real burglary. That doesn't make sense. Another theory was that Miss Thacker had to tear the office apart looking for the documents, and the only way to cover up for having torn. Yeah, I kind of like this idea. Like Miss Thacker, maybe she's looking for the documents to copy or looking for a fake document. Maybe the husband's left with it. And so she tears the place apart looking for it. And now she has to come up with some reason the house is torn apart. Like she's afraid the husband's going to come home, see the house torn apart. So she has to stage a fake robbery, fake burglary to explain why the house is torn apart that she didn't have time to put back in order. And so that's why she takes the birds to make it look like a robbery. But why wouldn't she just spend the time that she spent taking the birds just fixing up the office? Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and we'll read the real solution and talk about it and talk about the game. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are about to read the solution for Adventures by Gaslight, the rare and out-of-print expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. You can see over my shoulder, there's the Queen's Park Affair, which I just picked up for us to play. I want to give one more partial theory that I wrote up as my last thing that now, when I reread it, I realized what it was. In this theory, Henry, that in this theory, it's a slight combination, a hybrid of Jonathan's theory and my original theory. It's that they were trying to blackmail Miss Thacker. Miss Thacker confides to her husband, who doesn't confide with Mycroft. So in this theory, Henry Thacker, the engineer, is helping prepare the fake document that they're going to transfer over. And then at 8 a.m., Mycroft comes. He tells Henry, meet me at Whitehall. This Paris engineer has arrived. You're going to have discussions with him for 3 days. And so then he talks to Emily, and he's like, you're going to have to do this yourself. I cannot help you because I got called away. So then she has to go to Henry's workshop where Henry has been preparing the fake document. She has to sneak it and bring it back. And I don't know the rest. Okay. Just wanted to get that out there. All right, let's put that aside. Let us come back and read the solution. Aaron and Jonathan, you're in the chat. You are ready to see the solution, presumably. Jonathan and I exchanged maybe 100 emails, back and forth theories. We were like, could it be this, but it can't be this. Jonathan's like, could it be this? That can't because of this. So like, we went back and forth with so many different theories. All right, Aaron's back, Jonathan's back. Here we go. This is exciting. All right, let's go close up. So what we're going to do is we're going to go. I've heard your methods before. There he is with Watson. That was our introductory day where Mike Collier comes over. Then Sherlock Holmes sends us to Paris. Then we went to Paris. Then we come back. It's Saturday. It's Saturday today. It's Saturday in the game. Just to remind you, Holmes has gathered us all together. He says, that's Lestrade and Gersten outside. Come in, gentlemen. Lestrade is angry, like, what are you calling us here for? We already solved this thing. We've solved the Thacker case. We've arrested the servants. Why are you calling us here? Holmes gets up, takes some tobacco from the Persian slipper, calmly fills his pipe, turns towards his expectant audience. He finally begins to speak with a mischievous smile playing at the corner of his mouth. All right. There are our questions. Now, we want to read this just a little bit at a time. So here we go. Here are the answers. And I'll cover most of them so we read them only a little bit at a time. Let's see. What can we cover this with? Okay. Here we go. Answers. So the first question was, where are Miss Thacker's porcelain birds? Drum roll. The porcelain birds are in Henry Thacker's workshop at 21 Jonathan. Okay. We know this by general evidence indicating that there was not a burglary. So it was a fake burglary. Particularly the lack of trail for Toby, as well as a carriage register, further supported by the eyewitness reports of the Bobby who saw a woman get out of a hansom carrying a wicker basket and leaving the neighborhood without it. Okay, so it was the more straightforward explanation that there wasn't a burglary. She brought them in the basket. Okay? Not crazy, although it better tell us why. Okay, second question is, what else can be found at the same place? All right, we think from the butler's secret message that she brought the original. Well, we don't know if she brought the original document there with her basket. Jonathan's theory was that the fake document, that the original document was already there, right? Jonathan, this was actually quite an interesting insight you had. Jonathan said it's not that she brought it in the basket with the birds, but that it was already there, brought by Mr. Thacker, presumably maybe working on it for the whole afternoon. I like that theory. So she just brought the birds. But why? Well, okay, maybe to stage the burglary. Let's read what else can be found. The false documents created by Thacker himself and left in his safe are also at 21 Jonathan Street. Okay, so Thacker created the false documents. This was one of our theories. The false documents are in the safe are also at 21 Jonathan Street. While there's no direct evidence that the plans taken from the Thacker safe are not genuine, it is logical deduction. Thacker knew from Mycroft and the mysterious visitor that his research would be the target of an attempted theft. His subsequent actions attempting to leave the house unattended would indicate some sort of plan, false documents being a logical possibility. Okay, so it's saying at the workshop are copies of the fake documents, but also in the safe? Well, there's no direct evidence that the plans taken from the safe. When are they taken from the safe? Knew from Mycroft and the mysterious visitor. That's... Wait, Mycroft and the mysterious visitor? Isn't Mycroft the mysterious visitor? That his research would be the target of an attempted theft. Okay, so this gets back to the theory that they heard there might be a burglary. We consider that possibility. All right, who was behind the original planned theft? Here we go. Moriarty. As always, this is difficult to prove, but true nonetheless. Our message from Fred Porlock at Parsons' Toy Shop included the binomial theorem, which could point to none other than Moriarty. Okay. Well, we knew Moriarty was involved, and what about the whole blackmail? Okay, 4. Who actually carried out the theft? Emily Thacker actually committed the theft. She did not carry it out exactly as Moriarty would have liked, in that she stole forged documents, which she herself had created. But she did fake the burglary in her home and turn over the stolen documents to Charles Attard at the pub across the street from the theater. Okay, so let's see if we understand that. So she did meet and hand it over to Charles Attard. She was the one who forged them. That was in part of my theory. How she knows to forge them. But she stole forged documents, which she herself had created. But she faked the burglary in her home. I don't quite follow that. Where is Henry Thacker? Henry Thacker is at the Ministry of War, hidden by Mycroft Holmes. The evidence of the contents of the Cummins and Goins delivery, especially the Veracruz port, together with Mycroft's attitude of unconcern, are the basic indications. All right, so we understood this fine. Okay. What role did Annie play? Annie Forrester played the role of her mistress. Monday afternoon, as she sat in the window wearing the blonde wig, of course she played a larger role in the overall drama since her actions in Adelaide triggered the entire blackmail plot. Or at least there's a blackmail plot. We weren't crazy about that. This is the first we've heard of it. Answer 7. Nigel O'Brady warned his brother, Paddy McGuire, by means of the secret message that the document transmitted by Charles Attard was a forgery. He knew that because he followed Emily to Jonathan Street. He also probably the original source of information concerning the subject of their research. Okay. What role did Mike Collier? Mike Collier was in no way involved with the theft. Okay, so that was something we all came to the conclusion of, but we're nervous about. All right, let's continue. I hope in addition to these answers, it's going to give us more of the explanation. All right, next page. Francois Villard was the original translator into French of Watson's accounts of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the world's first consulting detective. Doyle, the literary agent, was lucky to find Villard, a man of literary abilities who was so familiar with Holmes' methods and the man itself. Okay, this is just something you have to know from the backstory, not from our story. Backstory of Sherlock Holmes. What can be found in the basement? Watson's old metal dispatch case containing all his notes and unpublished adventures are in the basement of Cox Bank. Again, this is something you have to know from the lore of Sherlock Holmes. What is the significance of the items? This is the page of the Times contains the key to the secret message, as well as the address in Paris where Times is sold, where one could meet Paddy McGuire. The mathematical formula implicates Moriarty. The Eiffel Tower indicates the spot where McGuire was to receive the document. Oh, I see. That's interesting. It's saying that the postcard with the Eiffel Tower was telling him where to meet. Seems like they would have to have a different arrangement to be more specific than that. Okay. What does the secret message in the agony column mean? The report's not genuine. Original documents at 21 Johnson. Okay, so that's the decryption of the cipher that we knew. Okay, who is Paddy McGuire? Paddy McGuire is the brother of Nigel O'Brady. Despite the striking resemblance between McGuire and Wiggins, we know of no relationship between them. Okay, this is the Salvation Army and Flower Girl. The young man at the Salvation Army is George Bernard Shaw. His speech to his friend appeared in the preface to Major Barbara, a play in which he talks about the Salvation Army. The flower merchant is Eliza Doolittle, a character in Shaw's plays Pygmalion. All right, we discussed this. These are just characters from Pygmalion, and it's saying that the army guy, was actually George Bernard Shaw, the writer of the play. And we could have known that if we had maybe searched better for that speech being used by him somewhere. But okay, we're fine with that. And then who is responsible for the murder of Peter Rootcastle? Moriarty had Rootcastle killed for betraying his plans. Okay, that was about what we thought. All right, now we've got the actual solution for Holmes to explain to us. But those are the answers. We didn't get it quite right. But let's read to the solution and see what the bigger explanation is. So it's 1 page, 2 page, 3, 4, 5 pages of solution to read. So this is Holmes talking. Wiggins, my friend, it would seem that your path has crossed with that of my dear brother Mycroft's, and that you have found yourself at the heart of an intrigue to which he holds the key. All eyes converge on Holmes. The silence which now reigns emphasizes the impression that time has been suspended. Lestrade, whose face has gone to great extent from brick red to blanched gray, holds a bite of muffin in his hand, which he hesitates to bring to his mouth. Gregson is immobile. Watson slowly uncrosses his legs and recrosses them in the other direction just as slowly. Holmes smiles softly, visibly happy to have us languish in suspense for a few minutes more. He takes a long draw from his pipe, exhales a cloud of smoke over the table, and then glances at his violin with a wistful look. We fear for an instant that he will seize the instrument and throw himself into one of his improvisations, but fortunately for us, he goes on to pursue his point. If you would be so kind, gentlemen, as to listen, I will tell you the story as it unfolded. Then I will answer any questions you may have afterwards. We know a mysterious visitor came to the Thacker's door the morning of the theft. In browsing the register at the Central Carriage Depot, we can see the coach had arrived at about the same hour from the Ministry of War, where my brother is currently working. This could be but a coincidence, of course. We also know that Thacker left his house at noon. The registry indicates that a carriage left 5 Gray's Inn Road at 3 minutes after noon and went to Whitehall. This, however, could not be a mere coincidence. He was undoubtedly on his way to see Mycroft. Mycroft's attitude showed that he was not really concerned about Thacker's whereabouts, in contrast to the Minister of War, Lord Holdhurst. If the urgent telephone call received at Scotland Yard is any indication, it was in fact Mycroft who orchestrated the disappearance of Henry Thacker. So far, we're in agreement with this. The silence dominating the drawing room becomes ever more oppressive. Warned by a certain Rucastle that an attempt would be made to reveal the contents of the confidential report assigned to Thacker by the government on the future of flying machines, my brother, who occasionally likes to pull the strings of the underworld, as he sometimes pulls the string of the Empire, decided to facilitate the theft of the documents. Okay, so this is consistent with Jonathan's theory and with our basic thrust that Mycroft is pulling the strings to get a fake document into their hands. Lestrade has once again turned a shade of red brick as he vainly tries to swallow the muffin without choking. Gregson remains immobile. Holmes continues. He then asked Thacker, and that was the object of the mysterious morning visit, to quickly drop a false report and to leave it in his office, to send off his wife Amelie and the servants, and to come join him at the office where he would continue his work in tranquility. That's interesting. So Mycroft is coming to Thacker and saying, you've got to create a false report and leave it in your office for it to be stolen? Is that the idea? That's why he's working from 8 a.m. to noon before he leaves. And that's why he wants everyone home. It's a little weird. Like, are you really going to leave your wife? The wife decided to stay in the house. Would you really not get her out of there if you think some robbery is going to occur? Okay, let's continue. There wasn't a real robbery, so maybe they know there's not a robbery. But he wants him to drop the false report, leave it in his office. So this is Henry's preparing the false report, which makes sense because isn't Henry the only one who knows how to fake it so that it would give them bad information? Who is the mysterious visitor? Asks Watson. Holmes hesitates momentarily before answering thoughtfully. One never knows with Mycroft upon whose rare occasions he decides to act. In any case, this is saying that it wasn't Mycroft that came, but with the steel gray eyes, I think it was Mycroft himself. But okay, it doesn't matter. He either sent an agent or he went. Okay, Holmes continues. In any case, one must note that Mycroft had arranged everything to make Thacker's stay in the antechamber of his office as comfortable as possible, including the delivery to the ministry, with supreme discretion, of a few necessary items, including Thacker's favorite port. We figured that out. Mycroft foresaw everything with one exception. he did not know the identity of the would-be thief. Interesting. Holmes interrupts himself as he draws an interminable breath from his pipe and blows a cloud of acrid smoke over the table before continuing. It was, in fact, his wife, Amelie. So they don't know that it's the wife. That's fascinating. So Mycroft gets word that there's going to be an attempt to steal the document. So he visits the house. He tells Henry, you have to prepare a false document and you're going to leave it in your house and have everyone leave. And then the robbers will come and they'll steal the fake document. Not realizing the wife's involved. Okay. Mycroft foresaw everything with one exception. He did not know the identity of the would-be thief. It was only a matter... Holmes interrupts himself as he draws an interminable breath from his pipe and blows a cloud of acrid smoke over the table. It was, in fact, his wife, Amelie. Really, Holmes? Surely you can't be serious, exclaims Watson, whose face has suddenly become purple. I can't believe this charming young woman, even if she is French. My dear Watson, I see your weakness clearly. Always ready to fly to the rescue of the weaker sex. But rest assured, Amelie is not the angel that you imagine. And as you will no doubt portray her in your chronicles, where you have a tendency, as I have often pointed out, to put the accent on the sentimental and sensational side of the little matters with which I occupy myself. Amelie, who experienced a difficult life when she was young, as you have learned in Paris, has emigrated to Australia and has settled in Adelaide. There she lived for several years, survived, would be a more accurate term, with 36 jobs and 36 miseries, as I believe Clarice Brazel expressed it. But one does not mingle with the dirty dregs of society without becoming sullied. Wow. Amelie's life in Adelaide, where she met Annie Forster, was hardly what we would call exemplary, but Amelie was a brave young woman who, under the pressure of events, decided to ameliorate her situation. She came back to Paris under the dramatic circumstances you know, joining the Philip Arnaud Theatre Company. Then she married Thacker in 1886 and came to London, where she took Annie Forster into her service. Without ever being perfectly integrated into what our friend Langdale calls society, she nevertheless succeeded in making herself accepted in London, where her qualities and her devotion were unanimously recognized, as Cecilia Sipton, among others, will tell you. But the ghosts of her past came back to haunt her, and this man, who holds himself in the middle of London like a spider in the middle of its web, threatened to reveal everything if she did not agree to collaborate with him and steal her husband's documents. Amelie was in a state of anxiety, as described by Dr. Agar, and she didn't know what to do when last Monday Thacker announced his departure. So this part is part of what my theory was, that like it has to be real, that he's disappearing and she's freaked out. She knew the moment had come for her to take action, and shall we say, betray her husband. As soon as he left the house, she assembled a copy of the document, introduced several intentional errors. This was my fallback theory, that she was copying the document. So she copies from the copy. She introduces several intentional errors. She hoped to gain some time to allow herself to gather the courage to confess everything to her husband. The creation of the false document was not a difficult task for her. Her husband had often talked to her about his interest in the flying machine, and she had at her disposal a number of technical documents from which she could draw inspiration, in addition to the report she had under her eyes, which she thought was authentic. Don't forget. So it's a little convoluted, but it's a little combination. So she's copying at the last minute, she's copying this entire document, and she's going to introduce errors so that she's not committing as big a sin. But it's already a fake document, which the husband has forged. Okay. An additional resource was her talent for drawing. We knew about this. We knew she had the ability to make copies, as you yourselves had a chance to admire, which allowed her to imitate in a satisfying manner the writing as well as the drawings. She dispatched the butler, whose role we will come back to later, and asked Annie, her servant, but also her close and dear friend, to help her in the small drama she had conceived. She was afraid the house would be watched. Okay, this is our theory as well. So she asked Annie to lend her a hand in creating a mystery. Annie played the role of Amelie, and Amelie played the role of Annie. It wasn't very difficult. Annie's role was very simple, and Amelie was an actress. The two wigs found at the Thacker home were thus employed. In the guise of Annie, Amelie went to southeast London, where Thacker rented a small studio. Transporting her collection of porcelain and the document created by her husband, which she thought was real, and hid them in a rented workspace. It better tell us why she brought those birds. Because she's going to stage a robbery. Okay, let's keep going. Meanwhile, Annie, who had disguised herself as Amelie, sat by the window of the drawing room holding a book in her hand. This is the perfect explanation of the incident described by the amateur mendicant John, the incident confirmed by the tailors of the West End. When Amelie arrived back at her home, the two women each returned to their proper roles. Amelie gave Annie the evening off, offered her 2 seats. After Annie and Mike Collier disappeared, Amelie took the document that she had prepared to the tavern across from the theater, the Allegro Theater, as she had been instructed. Then she went home, changed herself, unmade the bed, and simulated the burglary. She called the police, distraught over the disappearance of her collection of porcelain birds, but she remained deliberately evasive when questioned on the contents of her husband's office, hoping she would have the courage to confess everything to her husband as soon as he returned. That does not sound good an explanation for the burglary. What role did the butler play in all this, asks Wiggins. I'm coming to that. O'Brady, of course, did not go for a walk in Hyde Park as he claimed, but watched his mistress instead. He was, in fact, a participant in the history of the affair, as you will see. He evidently noticed the switching of roles between Amelie and Annie, and as Amelie left the house disguised as her own servant, he followed her, as we determined by examination of the central carriage registry. Then he went to see his mother, Molly Maguire, where he composed the message which he then took to the office of the Times. No doubt you recognize the enigmatic message in the agony column of Tuesday's paper. This Englishman, who calls himself Maguire in Paris, is none other than the brother of Nigel O'Brady, Mr. Maguire. And then he's telling us Maguire. The surnames are not difficult to link together. This was Jonathan figuring this out. But why did O'Brady send this message to Maguire instead of Moriarty? No doubt because he hoped to use what he had learned to his own ends. I believe you have saved his life by arresting O'Brady, Inspector. Any questions, gentlemen? To whom was this report to have been given? Says Gerard, no doubt, who hoped to sell it to a foreign power. Evil often allies itself with evil, and Gerard and Moriarty sometimes work together. Okay, that was what we kind of assumed. What did the message left at Sam Parsons mean? Our unknown friend surpassed himself this time. The postal card depicting the tower of Tower of Mr. Eiffel clearly indicated the spot where Charles Otard was to transmit the documents. The mathematical formula was meant to bring to mind the personal research conducted by Moriarty, that's what we guessed, the treatise on the Newton's binomial. But the stroke of genius was the pages of the Times, which would not only serve to decode the message, but which also gave the address of the spot where Mr. Maguire went every day. If you have actively read the Times every day, you will have noticed that this address, 8 Rue des Capucines, appears regularly. That's the note at the top of the Times saying where you can purchase the Times in Paris. But this message, pursues Watson, I still haven't understood how we were to decode it. Holmes says it's true that it was not very easy, but a rigorous attempt should allow you to arrive at the logical solution. The collection of old copies of the Times found at Molly Maguire's and those found at Maguire's should have suggested that this pillar of the English press was used by O'Brady and Maguire to communicate. They should have also pointed to the page of the Times which we received at Parsons as the key to the cipher. Let us examine the message found in the Times. It is composed of 3 distinct parts. The first part consists simply of the letters CBFCH. The next part is an English sentence, albeit an incomplete and nonsensical one. This sentence is composed of 11 words, and it is followed by a group of 11 numbers. We can safely assume that there is a correspondence between these words and number groups. Yes, I felt pretty proud about that. The first group of letters, what does it signify? Asks Holmes. A code of substitution, perhaps, guesses Watson. Very good. Let us try in the simplest manner that exists. A for 1, B for 2, etc. This gives us 3, 2, 6, 3, 8. What connection could these numbers have with the Times? Numbers? Echoes Watson. Really, my dear Watson, you are making more and more progress every day. Wiggins, would you be so kind as to bring me my personal collection of old issues of the Times? After Wiggins fetches the papers, Holmes continues with his demonstration. Here it is, issue number 32638 from March 5th. Why, that's the same issue that was in the envelope at Parsons. Let us continue with the second and third parts of the message. The key is obviously in the numbers of the third part. What can they mean? No one answers as we continue to leaf through the newspaper spread out before us. Noticing our perplexity, Holmes continues, it cannot be a matter of counting the words. As you can imagine, one cannot look, for example, for the 413th word in the Times without risking an error. Yes, good. This was my thinking about, like, it has to be easy to encrypt. If we look only at the first number of each group, we notice that the numbers are all between 1 and 6. What does this tell us? Columns. Perfect. And the second number is the number of the article. Let us try. 4th column, 1st article. But what of the third number? It must refer in some way to the word. Wiggins reads the article out loud. Well, this doesn't help us very much, says Watson. Mr. Holmes, says Wiggins tentatively, perhaps we need to use the words of the sentence somehow. Good idea, Wiggins. How do you suggest we do that? Well, maybe the words in the sentence are in the article somewhere. Again, Wiggins reads the article. Professor Ebenezer Turnbull, organizer of the Catabet Tomb expedition, was found dead in the tomb early. There it is. Let's continue with the other words. Okay, so they find the other words, 2nd, 5th column, 5th article. They find the word in there from the sentence. There it is, the second word. But what do they mean? The key is surely to understand the third number in our group of numbers, says Holmes confidently. I think I have it, says Wiggins. The third word after early, the third word after discussion. Let's try it. We once again take the newspaper and apply the method proposed by Wiggins. Early, 3 words, that gives us the. An encouraging start, says Holmes. Discussion, 3 words, that gives us reports. I think we solved it. We continue in this fashion for several minutes and finally obtain the message sent by O'Brady to his brother. The report's not genuine, original documents at 21 Jonathan Street. That's the distinct district Emily went to Monday afternoon, exclaims Wiggins. It's all becoming clear. Yes, everything is clear, I think, says Holmes, turning towards Watson. All right. So, we've got our solution. A lot of stuff that we struggled with not explained. And it feels like in different parts of our solutions, we understood big parts of it. The one twisted part, which I'm not sure how we were meant to figure out, it kind of comes together, but the one part I'm not happy about is the burglary. The burglary that I struggled so much over seems an afterthought. All right, shall we recap what happened and what parts we didn't understand? So Emily is being blackmailed by her Adelaide stuff, and she does not confide to her husband or Mycroft. That's kind of fascinating. I'm glad I didn't let her get away with it by proposing that she was not telling them. Well, I didn't really believe she was. I I didn't believe she was really doing it behind his back either, but I tried to make the case for it that her life was in danger. Okay, so on the one hand, she is giving into blackmail, but don't forget, she was trying to forge the document on her own to introduce false stuff so that she wouldn't be committing too big of a crime. And then where we got tricked up was, and we talked about this when we were talking about theories, this idea that there were actually there weren't two thefts going on, but there were two people involved. Miss Thacker is doing giving into the blackmail, but Mycroft has also figured out that someone's going to try to, he thinks, physically steal the documents. So the very weird part about it is the idea that Mycroft arrives and he tells Henry Thacker, look, I just got word there's going to be an attempt to steal the documents. So you have to make a fake copy. So Henry makes a fake copy and he leaves it in the safe where he hopes that it will get stolen, I guess. Then Mycroft pulls him away. Why they leave the wife in this house that they think there's going to be a burglary is not clear. The husband says she could go away, but maybe the way we have to read that is the husband tells her to go away and she says, yes, I will go away right away. It's only because she's involved in this blackmail that she defies his wishes and lies about leaving. Okay, now, then it says, okay, she realized she has to hand over the copy, which we know she should have known about ahead of time. But now, why does she go to the workshop? Let's read that part again. So she's involved in the blackmail. That's why she's all anxious, all that. She made the copy of it, which I don't see how she could, but maybe she's so nervous and freaked out that she convinces herself she can. Okay. She's afraid the house will be watched, so she dresses up. That's all fine. All right. But now, why does she go to the workshop? In the guise of Annie, Emily went to the workshop in southeast London, where Thacker rented a small studio, transporting her collection of porcelain and the document created by her husband, which she thought was real, and hid them in his rented workspace. Why is she doing that? How is she going to explain that? She's handing over the fake document. She doesn't know about a theft. Why on earth would she move the original document to Jonathan Street? I don't understand that part. What's the logic there? She knows she has to meet someone to give the document to. Why is she moving the original to the workshop? For all she knows, the husband's going to be at the workshop when she arrives there. That doesn't make sense to me. Does that make sense to either of you? Did you follow why she brought the original? It's not even the original, it's the fake, but she thinks it's the original. Why is that? And then its explanation for why she comes up with this burglary is also doesn't make much sense. It said she made the burglary so that she would get up the courage to tell her husband. Um, She went home, changed, simulated the burglary. She called the police distraught over the disappearance of her collection of porcelain birds, but remained deliberately evasive when questioned on the contents of her husband's office, hoping she would have the courage to confess everything to her husband as soon as he returned. I don't understand that. Jonathan says, for some reason, she's going to fake a robbery, so she's taking the birds. Maybe she thinks something could happen to the original while she's out. Why is there no explanation about the burn note in the cigarette box? Yeah, the game has decided not to explain the cigarette note and the burnt note. That's upset. That's unfortunate. It was something we really struggled over. Yeah, okay. So she takes the birds to fake the robbery. But it's not at all clear why she's faking this robbery. I think Jonathan's explanation still makes the most sense for that. If we want to imagine that the people who are selling the documents don't want the buyers to think they were stolen, because that will give them enhanced credibility. So the only thing that makes sense to me is that they instruct. Oh, wait a second. Okay, maybe we can explain it this way. The bad guys think, okay, so here's at least a conceivable idea. The Charles Altard and the bad guys believe that she's giving them the one and only document, right? So let's imagine that Miss Thacker fears that she's somehow going to get caught by the bad guys, who will find that there are two copies of this book, one real and one fake. And so out of desperation, since she's in the home all alone for that whole day, she panics and she thinks, if they arrive at my house, force their way in, whatever, or change plans and show up, they're going to see that I've got the fake and the real. And so I have to get the real one into a safe place. So that's why she delivers the original to the safe place. Then she goes and hands over the fake one. And now there's no document in the house. Perhaps her theory is that she'll call the cops and explain that there was a break-in. And then if her husband comes home and looks and sees that there's no more document, she can always say, well, there was this robbery, they must have gotten it. It's a real stretch, but okay. Jonathan is complaining more about the fact that there was a lot of stuff not explained to us. Rootcastle got one sentence. That's pretty crazy. I agree. We wanted to hear much more backstory. There's a lot that we would have liked to see more, have explained more. Rootcastle, his whole backstory, the explanation of the cigarette notes, the burnt note. Any other questions that we never got answered that we were really curious about? On what basis? Okay, so the answer to why, we're not really told why Henry was called away, right? Except that we're told that Mycroft comes and tells him you have to quickly formulate a fake copy, and then get out of the house. So that was it. He wanted everyone, Mycroft wanted everyone out of the house because he thought someone was going to break in. It was really the coincidence of two thefts at once. She's doing the blackmail theft, and they thought someone was going to break in. Doesn't it make more sense to say someone really did break in, but then where are the birds? That, yeah. Okay, so the core mystery part about where are the birds, why are they moved, and why was there a burglary is very unsatisfying. We don't buy it. I don't buy it. So in that sense, the core mystery that hung us up so much was not explained well, convincingly. And maybe we shouldn't, if it was more plausible, we might have figured it out better. And yet we got most of the important parts. Jonathan says, I have some thoughts I'll bring up during the review, but overall still really enjoyed the game. Solution does not sour it very much. I mean, I think I agree with you. Let's take another 5-minute break. These are short sections between having breaks. Let's take a 5-minute break, stretch, and then we'll come back and we'll review the game and talk about it. Aaron, I really would like to hear your thoughts on the game. Jonathan, your thoughts on the game, and I'll talk about my thoughts. But I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are wrapping up hour 46 or so of our time with Adventures by Gaslight, the rare and out-of-print expansion for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. We've played it. We've struggled with our theories. We've deciphered. We've now read the solution. We've talked about the parts of the solution that we were interested by, the parts that we have a little bit of objection to. Now we're going to review our experience, the three of us, in playing the game. We've already got some comments from Jonathan and Aaron. I would also like to hear you guys, your thoughts on the solution. But okay, let's start by talking with Jonathan and Aaron and get their thoughts on this game as the total experience of it. Aaron says, the game is a great achievement. I can't begin to imagine how people can create these mysteries. If I had half their creativity, I would have gone to the moon probably. Joking aside, I really had fun. It was too dense an experience. I would have preferred a shorter case as I lose my concentration after 3 to 4 hours. If they connected 3 to 4 cases like a campaign game, I would have preferred that. But the game took me to the Victorian era London, and the story was well woven together. The writing was great. I'd like to hear more thoughts, but I'll start giving my thoughts while Jonathan and Aaron formulate some more thoughts. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about this Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective system. I go back and forth playing it. I play it, and then a long time goes by before I play it again, and I played some of these more modern games like Chronicles of Crime, whatever. And inevitably what happens is I forget how special this game system is. And it's an old system. It feels old. It feels like a game from a forgotten time. It's all about reading. I mean, there's some very interesting particulars about what makes these games work. And a huge part of what makes it work is that you have to hide information in plain sight, in these blocks of text. So the very nature of this game demands lots of writing and lots of reading if you're playing it. And it can't be obvious what the important details are. So the core part of this game is this experience of reading a lot of text, like reading a novel. And the craft that has to go into writing these well and making you engaged in this story that you're reading and breaking up the story into all these little pieces. When we played this, I mean, you feel like you're in someone's as Aaron was saying, you feel like you're reading something that was expertly produced. And so that's part of it. Part of it is just the skill at combining dialogue and text and personality and characters that are there just for the flavor and experience with hiding information in these sections. And that really felt well done here. As good as these Sherlock Holmes cases can be in terms of writing, quality, interesting characters. And that one clue we read, 22, this 2-page clue at the Thacker residence, we must have reread this a dozen times, each time finding an extra little piece of information that was relevant to us amidst this very entertaining discussion where she's emotional, she's telling us some information, we're questioning her and trying to understand what's relevant, what's not, and the little details of information that we went back with a fine-tooth comb and drug out of here. We mined these 4 pages, these 2 pages, 4 columns, over and over again for new information. That was so satisfying. Okay, so that's the nature of the writing and stuff. But then the other thing that I am always reminded of, and I always forget, is that the best of these games really have a huge historical element to them. You are learning some history. You are learning about Victorian London. In this case, we learned about Victorian London, we learned about Victorian age Paris, and we learned about the World's Fair in Paris. And to me, that one of the highlights was we played a session where we went to the exposition in Paris. We went on in that day, we spent probably 12 hours or 16 hours in Paris playing the Paris part. In that one of those sessions, we went up to the Eiffel Tower, bribed a waiter who was very funny to bribe and get information from, and then took a trip up to the whatever it is, the deck to look out, the observation deck. He remarked about how the elevators weren't built yet. And then that same day we went down to the exposition and we listened to people observing Edison's exhibit where he demonstrated the first phonograph. When we finished playing that day, we wrapped up at 6 a.m. or so. I went in the kitchen, made some more coffee. My wife woke up and I was telling her how last night I went on the Eiffel Tower and saw this amazing exhibit of Edison's phonograph and how amazing it was to see the first phonograph and people holding their ears to these little tubes that were coming out of this machine. I felt like I had been there. I really felt like I had had a special evening in Paris at the World's Fair exposition in 1889. And we looked at some of the photos. I mean, how often can a game do that? Almost never. That was such a special experience. Let's check back in with the chat here. Jonathan says, overall, really good case if you want a real head scratcher. Agree that the writing and the translation were excellent. Good plot for the most part. Very much you'll get out what you put in. If you don't want to just sit there and theorize for hours, this is not the game for you. I'll probably just start listing pros and cons in the chat. That's more how I think. Aaron says, the listing of clues we should follow is both a good and a bad thing. We knew that we had found out everything, but testing our wits without knowing that list would have been better. But a case this hard, it seems impossible. All right, let's switch away for that and talk about that for a second and come back. That's a great point about the clue list. So in this game, in this expansion, much like Gumshoe, we see this complete list of clue points, which we had to take seriously. We made a copy, a scan of, reformatted, so that we could leave notes next to it and kept track of which place. And we played by the rules of you don't go to a place unless you know why you should go there. So occasionally we got places that we couldn't figure out how to stumble upon until we researched more. But especially for completionists, it was very helpful to know we had been to every place. And the modern Sherlock Holmes by Space Cowboys and his Starry don't give you that complete list. And I wondered whether that was an artifact of these expansions or an artifact of the reprints. Adventures by Gaslight has never been reprinted, so we can't answer that. However, the Queen's Park case does give us a chance to answer that question. So there's the Queen's Park case, the original, or the English translated original. And then down there below, in the blue box, is Queen's Park remastered, reprinted, and reorganized. That gives us an opportunity to compare. And in the original, there are clue points. The original Queen's Park is separated into several days. We'll probably play it, but much like we've separated London and Paris in this expansion, Queen's Park is separated into multiple days, and it has clue points in the original. In the remake, it doesn't have the clue points at all. So Aaron, now you've got a choice. If you want to play it and go blind and not know what clues are available, the new version. If you want a complete list of the clue points, the old version. And I am very torn. It is a very tough decision in the standard new version of the game to be like, have we seen everything? And if you watch some of my playthroughs of the Baker Street Irregulars, there's a real struggle when you get to that point and you're like, I can't think of anything else, but it feels like we don't understand it. In this case, we would have been searching infinitely long before we stopped. We never would have thought we found everything. So I'd like to see if you could figure out a way in the game to do both. Like maybe give the players a chance to say, I can't find anything else, and then you show them the clue point list, something like that. Let's go back to the chat. Jonathan's listing some pros. The coach timesheet clue, MVP clue. It's a clear, objective clue. It helps collaborate other clues. It can be analyzed on its own. Okay, so Jonathan is talking about this wonderful clue, which was the cab report. What time, where someone got on and where they went. And this was, as Jonathan's saying, one of the great parts about this is when we first looked at this, we were like, we found when they went to the play. And we had a little struggle about like, was it 7? Was it 7:30? And then we moved on. We said, oh yes, we verified her alibi. She did go to the play at 7 o'clock, as she said. Then we got some more information that there might be some other stuff going on at this house. And this was another clue that we mined for information, and we dug up lots of different pieces of information from this, where we found her leaving the house, and this cool part where we finally figured out that, oh, someone else is meeting her at that bar. Like we found her trip to the bar, and then we were sort of at a loss, and then we realized, oh, what if someone else is going to that bar at the same time to meet her? And we found that person, traced them backwards, and so on. Now, one of the downsides of this, I actually, when we hit a brick wall towards the end of the case, I actually had to go through all of these, put markers out, try to see is any other place near any other place that we care about. Ultimately, didn't find any, but there was a lot of shoe leather spent on that. But yeah, that clue was another wonderful clue. All right, here's another pro by Jonathan. Oh, Aaron says the characters felt really alive with distinct personalities, like reading a good book. Historic personalities there made it more amazing. Absolutely. I mean, I agree. That's the best of these Sherlock Holmes cases are so wonderful with the characters that all feel like they've got different personalities. We ran into the guy again who pronounces our name wrong every time. There are just so many people with so many different personalities, and the historical layers of everything, and the layers of people acting differently because they're from a different time. Just wonderful to read. Let's see. Jonathan says, London and Paris have a distinct gameplay feel, makes visiting a foreign city feel unique. Absolutely. I mean, here's our map of Paris. Completely felt differently. And Dave Neal made a very interesting point in his review. He said, Paris was confusing, but that made it realistic. So the fact that in Paris, only the important locations, the landmarks, points of interest of a Paris like tourist map are listed. And there are a bunch of places that we have to find that aren't actually listed. And it's only when they're mentioned by someone, like someone says they lived at 8 Rue de whatever, even though it's not on the map, then we could look it up. And it made it hard to figure out where things were sometimes. Like you can't, in the London map, everything is a point on the map. So like if you look here and you say, well, the pharmacy's here, so the only place next door is this. In Paris, it could very well be that there's a place next to it that you won't know about till you read it. Felt very different. And fun that there was a change of pace. Jonathan Warner lists another pro for For the most part, characters felt distinct. Plenty of characters felt like never mixed them up. A little name overload at the very end in Paris with Spy. Well, this is actually a good point because Jonathan and I, we played Dune House Secrets, and it just flooded a million names at us. And it was just totally overwhelming. And even when we kept good notes of them, we never had a real grasp of these being living, breathing people that were distinct. Here, I feel like at the end, it was Miss Emily Thacker, Annie Forster, Nigel O'Brady. I feel like in general, I may remember this case till I die. Like you could get me on my deathbed and I might start rambling about Nigel O'Brady and his brother Patrick McGuire. Like, and Peter Rucastle, like those names became engraved on me. Like I was invested in their lives and backstories. And which brings up another point. The other thing that was so cool about London is it felt like different kinds of case. Like when we're in London, we're running around trying to piece together the day's timeline. Then we go to Paris and it's a completely different feel where we're investigating someone's the backstory of this woman. Most of Paris was like we're digging into someone's past to try to understand them. It felt like a little interlude. Jonathan Warner says, a pro created a real back and forth on the guilt of Miss Thacker. Absolutely true. We went back and forth. Day 2, we were like, Miss Thacker's guilty. Emily Thacker is a spy. We were convinced she was a spy. And then by day 3, I was reading so much about how they're such a loving couple that I had convinced us that she would never do such a thing. And then at the end, we were really torn about it. And it turned out somewhere in between. She was betraying, but she was trying to get out of it. Finding her backstory was very cool, wasn't it? When we found out about this thing that happened to her in Adelaide, it was better than finding out she was a spy. But it was like a twist at a movie. That moment when we finally, and we had to work hard, right? The game has that gumshoe flavor where it made us work to get information. And in some ways, it's busy work. Like you go to this house, she doesn't live here anymore, go ask her friends. You ask all the different friends, you finally find someone who knows her. That's busy work, but it gives you this sense of being in a real world. It really helps. And it also creates these little breadcrumbs where you're not sure what's relevant and what's not. But when we finally tracked her down, it was like a movie where you finally get the reveal. You finally figure out what the explanation for her history is. And just like the best movies, it was thrilling to hear that real backstory finally get unveiled to us. And the mix of the small paragraphs and the long ones, when you finally hit one of those long ones, you feel that little dopamine rush, like this is your reward for this work you've done. You get to hear now the truth. Absolutely fantastic. Jonathan says, Pro had a real good beginning of the mystery. First, there was the practical level of the mystery of the break-in. Then there was the emotional level with what caused Annie to be upset at the theater. Yeah, I think you've got a good point about how sort of, yeah, from the moment it started, the mystery grabbed us. It was completely like contained all in this one little house with this small set of players. We had people that were unjustly arrested, maybe. And I think another part that made it so engaging is we knew people were lying to us, but we could not figure out why. There were a bunch of mysteries that never got explained to us. Why was Annie arrested? That kind of stuff. And what did these notes we found? I would have liked to have fuller explanations of those. But those really were like gnawing away at us. Aaron says historical accuracy is incredible. Yeah, that is one of my favorite parts about these games. Jonathan says a little later, there's this political layer that gets added to the mystery. The fact that he's trying to sell these documents to the French intelligence service. I don't remember playing any game like this where I had as much trouble coming up with any possible consistent solution. And maybe at the end when we read the solution, it's still hard to reconcile all that. But, I've been playing these mystery suspect games where you're sort of shoved 10 people. They could all be guilty. They all have motive. They all have opportunity. And you just have to figure out how to prove that one person is the real person. Here, it was like we struggled so hard to come up with a consistent theory. Every theory hit a dead end where we said, that doesn't make sense because of this. And that there's so many of these little loose ends, like the umbrella got left. Like, is that important? There are so many things that were like, is that important? And the fact that these birds were not really important, yikes. I mean, this was such a challenge. Jonathan says, a critique, don't introduce the postcard and cipher at the same time, led to unnecessary confusion about if the binomial formula is needed. The cipher by itself without a postcard is very good. Yeah, let's talk about the cipher for a second. I mean, we did get it solved. Having the binomial formula made it much more confusing than it had to be. I would say you could see why they wanted it to be very difficult because of the contest. But I would say for the most part, like, you have to ask yourself, how much work do you want the game to make you go through? And, different people have different tolerances for that. I have a pretty high tolerance for make me spend 5 days on something if there's a reward at the end for solving it. I would say it was a little too open-ended. In other words, it was hard to know that we were going to get it solved in 3 days. If someone told me, trust me, you will figure it out within 3 days, then I'll put 3 days work in it. But the problem with those things is you sort of encounter them and you don't know how difficult it's meant to be. And you don't know if you're meant to take a month, if it would take someone a month. And so you want to give up constantly. I would have liked a little bit more, like maybe if you staggered it in days and by the time you got to the last day of the session, it gave you more information. Maybe make it a little easier. It was a little tough. Like, maybe make it so that if we get to a certain clue, it fills us in more. But it was fun to figure that out. Here's a mix. Jonathan says, too many people not being straight with us adds intrigue at first, but hurt my emotional investment a bit as we kept going. Started to seem like why should we care about how these events get resolved? Especially true if you decipher the paper before you go to Paris and know that the original documents are safe. It's true. People were lying to us. I guess part of the problem, as you point out, is that people were lying to us that didn't feel like they should be lying to us, right? Like, Mycroft why isn't he telling us this? Why isn't he telling us, filling us in? But the fact that Emily was deceiving them at least makes a little more sense why Annie and Emily are lying to us, because they're doing it out of blackmail and they can't tell us. So at least there was that. But I do feel like Mycroft was like sort of laughing at us in his office about why we're concerned about this. But I do see your point. Well, I think maybe you could also rephrase that to say, like, who did we really care about? If the end solution is Amelie's giving up her husband's secrets, Annie killed this guy and she's basically in jail for helping the missus, and then everyone else is lying to us, there is no one that we really are trying to save. And maybe that's a little harder to emotionally get involved in, but it also made it hard to blame Emily Thacker. Like, we wanted her to be the good woman. I like how Holmes is like, you're always falling for the women being the gentler sex, when really sometimes they're the masterminds. Jonathan Warner says, here's a critique. I'm not sure Moriarty and Gerard both needed to be in the story. I think Gerard would have been enough. Okay, here's one. This is a critique I could completely agree with. The fact that there's McGuire and his boss Gerard in France, and then Moriarty in London, it just feels like it didn't need that weird complication of having there be this chain of 3 bad guys, or multiple if you want to include Charles Attard and Peter Rucastle, like that there were so many people involved and how it was so unclear how Moriarty was connected to Gerard. And then we had to come up with theories about why McGuire might be double-crossing Gerard. That was unnecessary. Gerard didn't play a role and Moriarty didn't play a role other than being behind the scenes, pulling the strings. We did not need both of them. Absolutely. That was just confusion, never got satisfactorily resolved, never got explained well. And I think we needed more of an explanation of that cigarette pack. Who gave what message to who? Jonathan says, I agree. Our only real emotional connection is Mike. Yeah, it's true. Mike Collier. And we're not even that involved in him because he's just a good guy and he's friends with Annie. And Annie is involved in this plot. In fact, she was the one who killed the person in Australia and got away with it. Although she says it was an accident. Let's see. We talked about well, Jonathan had some points when we were playing about the division into days. We had one day in Paris, one day in London, one game day in London, and one game day in Paris. And I thought one of the nice things that Jonathan was pointing out is that he really enjoyed how time passed in Gumshoe. In Gumshoe, it was a long case, bigger than this, but it was long, but it was broken up more. And I think this could have benefited from that. I loved the experience of being in this giant, sprawling London, having this all in one, but I think it's a good point. We went to so many places in London. It's hard to imagine going all these green marked places in one day. And because the game had it all happening in one day, it couldn't have events occur. We lost one here. It couldn't have events occur where things changed and information was revealed based on the passing of time. And it's a missed opportunity to have fun things happen between days. Like maybe on the first day we can't meet Annie Forster in jail. Maybe the second day we do get to meet her. Maybe the third day we learn why she was arrested. Like, that's a missed opportunity to stage information. And some of the best of these kinds of games have these multiple acts where information is staged. This game has the multiple act of Paris, but it could have staged London in multiple days. Jonathan says, here's a mixed thing. I don't think it took advantage of the two-part structure of the game in terms of good revelations. I feel that there could have been a big clue reveal between London and Paris. It is true that we got almost nothing in Paris except to learn about Emily Thacker's and Annie Forster's backstory. It's true. The stuff with McGuire was not very informative. We sort of just confirmed stuff we already knew. I mean, I guess you're right in a sense. It was much shorter. We spent much less time in Paris. And I liked the change of scenery and atmosphere and immersion. But you're right that it didn't feel as much like there was much deduction to be done in Paris. What else do we have in our notes about stuff we want to talk about? There's a comment I wanted to make about expectations and how much of a paradox this is. I think part of what created having such a great time with this. I mean, the epic nature, the marathon nature of it was so rewarding, and so it felt special. It felt like a very special thing. We played it over Christmas and New Year. I felt like we treated this as a special event, and it lived up to it. I would say it far exceeded my expectations. Reading the reviews have said, there's only been a couple people who have played this, have said that it's really a super long, super immersive case that you're not going to solve. And maybe it's probably not for you. Maybe try Queen's Park, but only for really hardcore people, and you might still find it very frustrating. So we came into it with very low expectations, and it exceeded my expectations in almost all regards. But it makes you wonder, like, it's a paradox, because if I explain to someone how wonderful this was and how much I would recommend it, if they come into it with high expectations, are they going to be disappointed? So that's the paradox. It helps to go in with low expectations, and then it exceeds them. So I don't know how I'm reluctant to say how amazing the experience was, but I really think the experience was absolutely amazing. And that you could create, this gets back to something, Jonathan, that you said, that you could create such a giant, long, epic, mysterious, confusing adventure without overwhelming someone with facts and characters. That seems to me like the particularly impressive accomplishment here. Gumshoe creates this super long, super epic marathon adventure. But partly how it does that is by having 10 different mysteries spread out and lots of different characters. The fact that this one has so few people that were thinking about what their motives, what were they doing, such a confined location and timeline. Everything is basically happening in one day. Our entire action is figuring out what happened on that one day, and maybe a little bit the night before and a little bit the days after, or looking back at her past. But that was a very different feel to be in here at this time on this day and everything be pertaining to these few characters. The butler, the governess, Miss Thacker, Mr. Thacker, and a couple of these bit players. That's remarkable. And this is the first time that I've taken the effort to mock up these little characters to move them around. All right, let's see what else we got. John says, I would like to have a bigger plot twist on the day between London and Paris. That's a great point. Like, it's got this cool thing where we're told these little interlude stories while we're traveling from London to Paris. And I think, Jonathan, if I'm right in what you're saying this you file again in the missed opportunity. Like, there would have been an opportunity to create an event to have the interlude story tell us about something cool, like Annie Foster's killed in jail, or the butler gets killed, or someone escapes. Like, you could have had some event happen that propels us into the next chapter with some excitement. Whereas here we're just told Holmes bought us a ticket to Paris. It's not really that compelling. Jonathan says, I wish we had a few more objective, clear clues. We had the coach log, but that was about it. There was a burnt note in the cigarette box, but those were not real clear because hard to read font. Trying to read those writing fonts was frustrating, very frustrating. And it's doubly frustrating that we don't get a solution. Like, come on, guys. Are we supposed to be, like, Jonathan and I were talking about this, like, okay, it's realistic. It's reasonably realistic that we have a hard time reading handwriting. But the fact that the game doesn't even tell us what this means and we couldn't come up with it, frustrating. Frustrating. I forgive it because it created so much time of us brainstorming and trying to come up with a solution. But this should have an answer. And And yeah, it seems like you gotta, here's the trade-off if you're making the game. You either gotta make it so they can read it, right? But they can't figure out what it means, or they have a hard time reading it, but if they can figure out what it means, then they'll understand what it says. You can't have both. You can't not explain it and have it be hard to read and maybe have it be meaningless. I assume the French people have some explanation, the original writers. I'd love to hear of it. If the writers of this game, which are Jacques and Nadine Thiriet, looks like maybe a married couple who wrote this amazing, absolutely amazing novel expansion. I haven't been able to find anything about it, but if they ever watch this and want to tell us a little bit more about it, the mysteries we didn't understand, I would love to hear it. But I think actually, if we go back to the comments from Jonathan and Aaron, Jonathan says, there's also the police report that was very brief, would have liked more clues. Yeah, I think you're right. There were a bunch of clues that were exciting to finally track down, like the police report. And don't forget, we even talked to the police officer who wrote the report that didn't have information in them. I think that's true. Jonathan, I think you brought this up in some other discussion as well, that there were a bunch of clues that seemed, bunch of paragraphs that didn't give us any information. Like we talked to lots of people who said they had a loving relationship. There was very little extra stuff, and there was a lot of redundancy. So it would have been nice if the police report had a little more information in it, a little catch someone doing a little something wrong. Aaron's agreeing about the bad handwriting. I agree with that. Paris could have benefited from a clue that was like the coach log. Yeah, something maybe to sink our teeth into. I think Jonathan says, it would be nice to have more objective characters like the police having a perspective outside of those characters in their personal life. Yeah, and we had another, like there was a lot of time spent talking to friends. There was a lot of false leads about the birds. I don't know how you feel about that. I think I felt reasonably good. Like we knew that we probably weren't going to have any information about the birds being stolen. The game gave us lots of stuff to read to convince us of that. But I felt that was pretty reasonable. Like we had to chase down this lead that it might be the birds being stolen. I will say that for all the work we had to do into convincing ourselves that the birds were not really stolen and didn't play a big role of it, I expected a better explanation for the birds. And I think that was a little bit of a letdown. Like it's okay if you make us work hard to conclude that the birds weren't stolen to sell, and it's okay if the birds are sort of a side story, but give us something to make us feel like our efforts weren't for nothing. Some of these things fall under the heading of how could you fix this? So let's talk about that for a minute. This hasn't been reprinted yet. I thought it hadn't been reprinted because there might be terrible flaws in it and it's super long and painful. And in some sense, I can see how it might wear out its welcome a little bit, but there is no reason this shouldn't be reprinted for the modern Sherlock Holmes. This is a fantastically written thing and a very, very compelling mystery. There's no reason it can't be reprinted. And we might talk for a minute about ways you could fix it, improve it. So we found a couple of what look like bugs in Paris. Most of those are just because there's an street address missing from some places. There was a very cool clue in Paris where we wanted to go to a cafe across from the Times office. I think you'd want to figure out a way to solve that so that if people didn't make that connection, they wouldn't automatically go there. Maybe a list of like 30 cafes in Paris in the newspaper, and if the people figure out the connection, they would know which one to go to. I think you could make the cipher a little easier. You could get rid of that whole binomial thing, figure out a different way to implicate Moriarty. Maybe not have Gerard and Moriarty, simplify that a little bit. And I think I think you'd want to fix that burglary thing. I no don't off the top of my head, I don't know exact great reason how, but it does feel to me like you have to come up with a better explanation for that burglary and the birds. I like the. You could keep the idea that Mycroft knows the place is going to be stolen. It's a little weird to have two fake books. Henry prepares a fake book, Amelie prepares a fake book. If you did want to stick with that, you'd have to have some more clues about that. Some more clues that would lead the person to make that conclusion. I like that Amelie, Miss Thacker, is giving in to the blackmail, but maybe, I don't know if you need more evidence for that, but you need more, the clues need to be more consistent with her not telling Mycroft and Henry, and more consistent with why Henry is pulled out of the house. Something involved. In fact, here's a possible what if as part of fixing it, so the current story goes that Mycroft visits, right? And Henry tells his wife, I'm going away for 3 days, send everyone home. And then he never comes home, and she's all freaked out about that, doesn't understand it. What if Mycroft came to the house and told Mr. Thacker and Miss Thacker that he's got word there may be a robbery of the house? Then she would have in the back of her mind that there might be a robbery. Maybe that would give, and tell us why he's leaving the house, like make up a story that he's leaving the house to meet with the Paris engineer. I'm not sure. You need some explanation for a better explanation for why he leaves the house and why her preparing the fake document on her own seems very far-fetched. I would have rather her give the real document. The other part that seems so bizarre to me, the burglary doesn't make sense to me, and why she's bringing the real document to the workshop on her own. But perhaps if she's told there's going to be a robbery, that's why. But if there's going to be a robbery, why does Mycroft and Henry Thacker not take the document? I mean, I guess they want it to be captured, but in her mind, why would they have left it and left her alone during this robbery? So that's a little confusing, but I think you could fix that. I think if you fixed a couple of clues here and there, you could keep this game completely as is. A couple more clues that would either make it more consistent with this idea that she staged the burglary and her porcelain birds, or change that ending a little bit about the porcelain birds. We could come up with I'm convinced we could come up with alternate clues that change the mystery into a slightly more believable, but preserved the challenge of it. Let's see. If you cut out Moriarty, you can get rid of the binomial formula. Yeah, like that. Here's another advice for fix. If you want to keep the postcard in paper, maybe just signal us to take the paper when we arrive at McGuire's house. That's a nice idea. No reason to get it. Yeah, I think the postcard actually with that formula is a bad idea. That's the example of a clue that someone could spend a long time trying to understand, and it's not important at all. There is no reason. I think that's a harmful decision about a clue. Having this big long formula that you think you might need to figure out. It's not relevant. If it's just trying to tell us Moriarty's involved, we already know that from the dead body with the coin. And in fact, let's stay on that for a second. One of the complaints that one of the reviewers made about the game, which I think is well placed, is that there was too much that was sort of callbacks to cases of Sherlock Holmes. And a bunch of the questions involved things that were not relevant to this case. And you can see why maybe they did it. They wanted to have this contest be sort of your knowledge of the case, but also your knowledge of the lore of Sherlock Holmes to make it more of an epic, hard challenge that people would have a hard time with. But I feel like, especially for trying to solve it now, that's like a separate game. A separate game would be how well do you know the lore to understand these things. I feel like there were questions it could have asked us here, like what does this note mean? What is this? That would have been more on point for the story and the mystery. And it was weird that there were so few questions about that there could have been more questions about the mystery and less questions about background. So I think you'd probably fix that if you were redoing it. Jonathan says, here's a nitpick but would require tweaking. The system was annoying when we could never confront anyone, even when we know they're not telling us everything. Yes, I agree. There were a bunch of times in this game where you're like, I know this information, why can't I confront them with it? And sometimes you get around that by making the people disappear. In this game, however, a great example of that was we wanted to know from day one why she was arrested, on what basis. She's arrested in the morning. We're told like we're hired to solve that, to get her out of jail. And we can never get information about why they arrested her. In fact, we get this early clue about 1834 Dresda, which we never resolve. And I'm thinking it's a callback to another case, but we never found it. Yeah, so there were a bunch of sort of things like that where it's frustrating that you can't confront it. But I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with it being a mystery to us why she was arrested. Knowing that we could see all the clues made that a little more palatable, because we knew, like, if you didn't have a list of those clue points, you'd be sitting there forever thinking there must be a way for us to learn why she was arrested. The fact that we knew they were all solved made that a little more palatable for me. And Jonathan Warner's just saying what I was saying about why we never found out why she was arrested. But I would have liked to see in the explanation. I think Aaron had a fun point. Like, Sherlock Holmes is bored by this case. It's too easy for him. So he doesn't even want to go on about it. But I think we needed like, so here is Sherlock Holmes' explanation, right? We needed like a epilogue. Watson explains it for the dummies, what the details that we don't understand. That would have been nice. But we could try writing it up. Jonathan says, I think the final day would have been nice to get one last very objective clue that helps us eliminate some of our theories. Yeah. That way you played the game with all these theories, and at the very end you could eliminate some. Again, if you don't know the Sherlock lore, it would be even harder to make sense of the mystery or how to approach it. Yeah, I mean, I agree with both of you, and I think that gets back to this idea of events. That's partly how Gumshoe solved some of this. It drew things out long enough that you had time to really chew on and try to understand the mystery. But then as the days got closer to the end, you get more clues that fill in that information. And it would be nice to get that. You could imagine doing a little hybrid of Sherlock Holmes. Imagine you had this game, you played it exactly this way, and then when you get to the end, you got 12 things you can do. Like 12 questions you can ask of someone, almost as if you were playing a crack the case yes or no questions. So before you try to solve it, you've got a list of 12 questions you can ask and get answers to, and then you go on to solve it. So like one of the questions you could be like, go to Lestrade and ask him what evidence they have against Annie. And another question would be like, go to the workshop and see what's there. Then you'd have to think about, well, what should we spend our 3 actions on? What information would help us best understand the parts of the case we don't understand? And that could be a fun thing. Or you just, as we were talking about before, you could have a final day where certain clues you could read on the final day. And then on those, then we would have been led up to this final thing. We could have done our same agonizing over theories, which we did. We did hundreds of emails, at least 100 emails back and forth proposing theories. It would have been nice if we got a little bit of last final day where we could investigate these few things and get more information. Jonathan says, also like Gumshoe, maybe some events could have resolved near the end of the game since Paris was more structured than London. Yep. And Jonathan does say, I do want to reiterate, I really enjoyed the game. I'm just a bit more general with praise and precise with critiques. I mean, I think we're all on the same page. I thought that this was absolutely enthralling. Absolutely an enthralling experience. For anyone who loves Sherlock Holmes and who's willing to put in the time and liked Gumshoe, to me, this has to be one of my favorite cases, despite the fact that the solution wasn't quite satisfying. I would take issue a little bit with some of the reviews. The reviews have basically set our expectations correctly for something that we won't understand or doesn't, only Holmes could have solved, but that it made sense. I would take a little bit of issue with Dave Neal. I think I didn't quite make sense, some parts of this, some important parts that hung us up. So I don't really blame us for not understanding the complete mystery. I think the game needs to be fixed, but I think it could be fixed up, and I'm tempted to try to come up with you guys later a couple of changes that would make it a more satisfying end. Maybe a little bit easier, but I was absolutely enthralled by this case from the start to the end. It was exhausting, but I loved bandying theories back and forth and trying to reconcile these contradictions of, if it's staged, why is it staged? If it's not staged, how did she know to move stuff? Those mental gymnastics that we went through over and over again, try to understand it, were the reason I play these games, in addition to the story and stuff. So I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And I loved having you guys here to play it with me. I couldn't have asked for better partners. And it was a surprisingly enjoyable to be able to play this with someone else. I don't know that I would wanted to do it alone. Jonathan says, I'm ready to move on to solution critiques. Did you want any more feedback from us? I think that was good. The only other thing I'll say is I don't know how you guys managed to stick with it as much as you did playing from afar without this physical stuff to manipulate. So I commend you guys from being able to follow any of this from across the other side of the screen, and I really do appreciate it. So yes, Jonathan, if you've got comments on the solution, I think let's go into it, and maybe we can talk offline about writing up a little supplement for how to make it a little better, and that they might consider when they do reprint it. I think they will reprint this. It's so good, although it's been 30 years and they haven't. Aaron says, Jesse and Jonathan, did you try the Mansion Murders case? We haven't tried Mansion Murders, and we haven't tried Queen's Park, which I think we're going to play. Queen's Park is big. Queen's Park definitely gives off Gumshoe vibes. It's separated into multiple days, and it's big. It may be bigger than Gaslight in terms of clues, whether it means it takes as long. And Queen's Park seems to be the one people have recommended, like when the three people who have reviewed Adventures by Gaslight are like, this one's too hard and too exhausting and not solvable. Try Queen's Park first. So Queen's Park may be a little more palatable. Another critique I might have is with the Paris newspaper. That felt like there wasn't much there for us to do all that reading of it. I missed having, I guess Paris in general could have had more interesting places to go. Aaron says Queen's Park is after the Mansion murders, I think. Yes, I think you're probably right. We might want to start with Mansion murders. Jonathan says, here's a critique. Rucastle had too many clues and too much pathos with his statement about not wanting to betray the country to have one sentence mentioned. He was one of our main investments. Yes, Jonathan is talking about the solution having one sentence about Peter Rucastle. Yes, I agree with you, and I wanted more explanation of his backstory. I wanted more explanation about how he got the cigarette case. And even if we had been given a good explanation of those, I would have liked more clues that we could have found about that. Like, once we found that the cigarette case, the cigarette message was on his body, I would have wanted us to be able to figure out through clues where that came from. That was disappointing. And it was disappointing. In fact, it feels like almost that there was a story there and it got removed. Like, there was a bunch of mysteries with Rucastle. His statement at the bar, how he was killed. That was presented as a big mystery for us. He's found at London Tower. He's got a quarrel through his sternum, up through his heart, breaks his shoulder blade. How did he get there? Why was he there? How was this murder committed? I was convinced it was a suicide. There's a black mark on his finger, on his fingernail. Like, we were trying to put together this mystery of how he's killed. It almost feels like that was originally in the case and they removed it for time. Yeah, we needed more explanation for Rucastle. Maybe if we were going to fix it, we would write in a better end story for him. A couple of clues that you could figure out, so that you could figure out more about what the plan was. We basically got that part of the story right, though, didn't we? That Rucastle was the middleman in this blackmail, but we weren't really told what the blackmail is. There was a dead body at the theater that we were never told was that related to anything. They should have reframed Mr. Thacker and his family disapproval of his marriage. It made it seem like he was willing to go against his family to marry Miss Thacker. It's hard to believe he would turn on her if she just told him the truth. Same with all the friends saying they're in love. Yeah, that was tricky. Here's why I don't have why I kind of like that. I mean, it was the source of one of our biggest dilemmas. And I like that we were really torn between emotion and logic. And that we were pushed back and forth during the course of the game. At first, we're like, she's a spy. She's an actress. She's from France, from a foreign nation. She's a spy. And then it gave us a more sympathetic turn for her. But it did feel like it's conceivable that all their friends thought they were in love. And maybe she was half in love, but maybe she was acting a little bit. So I felt like I was okay with everyone that we talked to telling us that they were happily in love and still imagining that she would give in to this blackmail. But it was hard to imagine her not telling her husband. But I think in the end, I feel like that balance was okay. Like, you want it to be hard and you want it to be agonizing to accuse this woman. But I feel like they came down reasonably well on throwing us off balance about her. Yes. Jonathan and Aaron are both. Aaron says something that was important that really confused us. He said, the thing is, how can you act for so many years? Yeah, this was part of this was a little disconnect. It was I could believe that she was a spy, a sleeper agent mole for 3 years if he was a military top secret guy and she was planted by some spy network, then I could imagine her being trained to spend 3 years in deep undercover. But the part that was weird was that, when she married him, it was all for real love. She didn't originally start out spying. So she married for love. She was in love. It was only when she was spotted as blackmail that she started doing all this. So that was a little hard to believe. Jonathan says, main critique with the solution and a little with the game. In a game all about clues, in order to arrive at the correct solution, you don't base on evidence, but an assumption, and rather unflattering assumption about women. It may have been because of literature authentic, period literature authentic. Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at this game in today's light, well, no, I'm not going to go that way. I think the world is filled with imperfect people and scoundrels and people who are doing bad stuff. And if you want to judge a body of work as of being misogynistic and whatever, I think that's completely fair. But in a given story, there are people in the story that are making misogynistic statements and making statements about you can't trust a woman. There are a bunch of them in this game, but I just attribute that to that being these Victorian men in the 1800s. And I think the other way to read that is Holmes is saying you are giving women too little credit, that they can't be involved in a plot and they're just helpless. And Holmes is saying you could get a woman involved in a crime just like a man, and this is the crime that this particular woman seemed to be involved with. So that didn't really rub me the wrong way. And the comments, like Holmes is saying she should have been innocent even though she was French, or there's some statement about her being French. She was a little more suspicious. But remember, there's French authors writing this. You're dealing with opinions of the 1800s, so I just wrote that off as part of the historical. We're not celebrating it, we're visiting it. Yeah, the whole Peter Rucastle side story did not get explained and wrapped up well for us. And the burglary and the moving of the birds, ditto. I would have liked a better explanation of why she moved those birds and why she staged that burglary. I didn't love it. What other moments did we have that were fun? The carriage clue, absolutely. There were a couple of cool moments where we knew we wanted to, where we connected the body to being Peter Rucastle's body. That was fun. Like, we had this body, we didn't know who it was. And then at some point we realized, oh, it's probably that old vet. And then once we realized that, we had to figure out how can we learn about Peter Rucastle. That took a little bit of a hiccup when we found the military museum that was different in the old directory and new directory. But that was fun. It was fun tracing them to places and then figuring out, oh, they didn't go there, they went next door. This game did something I don't remember the other Sherlock Holmes games doing. That was really clever and was related to one of our favorite clues, the cab, which is it took advantage of the idea that, like, the house is here, right? We're told that they live on Gray's Inn Road, 4 Gray's Inn Road or 10 Gray's Inn Road. 4 Gray's Inn Road, right there is where they lived. And what this game did that was so cool was that it occasionally had cab rides and stuff going to different streets at nearby corners that have different numbers and streets. And so we know they live at 4 Grays Road, but then if you look up and you find someone traveled to like 4 Sidmouth, unless you study the map, you don't connect those two. You don't connect Sidmouth Street with Gray's Inn Road, but they are in fact cross streets, and there's a bunch of cross streets. There's Swinton, Ampton, and different people at different times were at different street corners, but still was a clue that they were nearby. So 84 Ampton Street or 5 Ampton Street is actually right next door to where they lived. So it took us a little bit to make that connection that there are certain places that are right at that location but have a completely different address. And you have to be on the tip of your toes. You have to be on the top of your game to make those connections. Jonathan says, going back to the comments about women and stuff, he says, I'll agree that it can be period authentic. My issue is also, though, that the solution still expects you to make some assumptions about a person, but why would you make that assumption versus any other? Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to disagree with you a tiny bit on that, Jonathan. With the caveat that when we were trying to make the evidence make sense, I was going back and forth about whether she told her husband and Mycroft about the blackmail attempt or not. We were both in agreement that she was being blackmailed, but my heart told me she would tell her husband, but I couldn't make sense of some of the evidence. Like, she seems to be freaked out about her husband missing, and she's running around town doing stuff. It just seemed like if Mycroft knew about this plot, it didn't make sense that she was doing all this. So I don't think you need to make an assumption about her bad nature to say that she would have done this, that she would have betrayed her husband. And don't forget, she didn't fully betray him. She made a version of the book to give to them. So she was trying to save her husband she was trying to save herself giving out too much secrets. But I think it's not fair to say that we could only figure it out by assuming she was a bad person and would have done this. I don't think that's fair. I think the evidence was pushing us to realize that if this was a grand scheme by Mycroft, it wouldn't have gone down the way it did. What threw us from getting the solution perfectly right was the fact that it was a combination, that Mycroft was let in on some of it, but not that it was Miss Thacker. And yeah, I'm not sure if the game should have given us a better hints about that, but I don't 100% agree that we had to assume that she was bad. And don't forget, she wasn't just giving away the secrets. She was trying to give away as little as possible. And I tried to make the case, just for the playing devil's advocate, I tried to make the case why she would be pressured into blackmail. It does make sense. She has to pay for her mother. If she gets hauled off to Adelaide, she may go to jail. Her husband is humiliated, her friend in jail, and her mother penniless. Maybe she's scared to go to the police. That makes sense. Aaron says, Jesse, can you make a comparison of this game and other Sherlock Holmes with your other favorite mystery detective games, like Adventure? It would be nice for watchers. The two immediate games to compare this to, and Jonathan, you'll chime in here too. The two immediate ones are, of course, Gumshoe and the other Sherlock Holmes cases. This is absolutely by far the largest, biggest, most sprawling, epic Sherlock Holmes case I've played. As we point out, though, there are a couple of these expansions, Queen's Park and Mansion Murders, that are not as long. We know from everyone else that this is the longest one. So I think the if you don't like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective regular games, then there's no way you're going to like this. You should stay very far away from this. And I think probably the advice that others have given to maybe start with Queen's Park and Mansion Murders might be smart. But if you are looking to be tested, if you're looking for someone to force you to put in the time, and you're there for the experience, not so much the solution, then it's easy to recommend this if you're willing to put in the time. But you really have to be willing to put in 30 hours or 20 hours, whatever. I think you could make the case that you should put off playing this and hope for a reprint that fixes some of the solution things. Because I think with a little bit of tweaking, stuff we've talked about, a little bit of tweaking, you could make this case absolutely amazing. A little bit of tweaking to those final answers, improve the justifications for a couple of things that happened, maybe give a couple more clues about that, fix the Paris bugs, elaborate on the solution, what things meant, maybe fix that cigarette note to make it a little more understandable, make the cipher a little bit easier, and you've got an amazing case that maybe wouldn't be as frustrating as some of the places we got stuck. You can make I might advise someone to wait a couple years to see if that reprints, or wait for us to write our little fix for this, you might say. Now, Gumshoe. I'm interested to hear what Jonathan says. I forget if Aaron played Gumshoe. The Gumshoe comparison is very interesting. First of all, Gumshoe has some other documents that are quite fascinating to play and feels very different. Gumshoe feels completely different than Sherlock Holmes. And I would say, in terms of the enjoyability of the mysteries that get resolved, Gumshoe gets a nod just because the solutions are cool to read and fun. And the writing is also amazing and historical. Gumshoe has a couple flaws, though. The way days end without having seen everything requires you to play Gumshoe in a very weird way, where you replay days and redo stuff. And Gumshoe is a little bit exhausting in a different way in terms of trying to see all the clues. If you like Gumshoe, you're likely to like this, and it requires similar amounts of note-taking, but not as difficult to actually solve cases. But I would put this up with Gumshoe in terms of epic experiences. Now, so you shouldn't start with this. I love the Baker Street Irregulars boxes as far as standalone cases. And what we've talked about is, Dave Neal, some of the cases that we haven't played yet in Baker Street Irregular, we played the first half, do connect. And that might address some of the things that all three of us have said while playing, that it might be nice to have standalone cases that are somewhat connected. So this does make me want to go back and try Dave Neal's second set, especially since Dave Neal has played this. So he might be aware of trying to fix some of these things. And for me, you mentioned adventure, etc. So there's this whole different genre of games that I call mystery suspect games. I reviewed a bunch of them lately, where you're given a bunch of documents and you're trying to solve a mystery with the documents. When you play a game like this, it puts in stark relief how different those genres are. This is reading historical story, and that is digging through documents to solve a mystery. For me personally, this checks more boxes. The traveling back in time and reading the story and meeting these characters and having an emotional involvement with the characters and trying to understand stuff is as much the enjoyment as trying to put together the mystery. So if you look at those adventure boxes, those feel much more like pure deductive mystery solving, trying to really understand, and the clues are all there. almost all of those adventure cases, Kaifeng 982, Fire in Adverstein, Still Lake, and Death in Antarctica, those feel like they make sense. The clues are there. Eventually you'll figure them out. They're hard, they're fun, they are great. But that's the enjoyment of going through documents and evidence and solving it. This has got not as good a wrap-up solution, but the feeling of being able to travel in time back to Victorian London and see the World's Fair in Paris, that's a totally different experience. That's time travel and being engaged in a story and emotionally connected to characters. For my money, this is a more enjoyable experience, but you have to be willing to spend 6 or 7 days. Jonathan is making his case about the solution making statements, how she's hoping to build up courage. I don't see how you would deduce that. Okay, yes, I do agree with you. Yeah, that was actually a weird part of the solution about her staging the burglary so she could build up the confidence to tell her husband. That just didn't make that much sense to me. It was telling us she was conflicted by being blackmailed, which makes sense. I like that, but I don't understand about, I mean, look, everyone needs to build up confidence to admit that they've done something bad and lied and stuff. So I'm okay with that. But I don't understand why you stage a burglary to help you build up confidence. That doesn't seem real to me. Jonathan, where would you put this in comparison to Gumshoe? Like, how would you... Can you say you enjoyed one more than another? Gumshoe also had 10 newspapers which were grueling to get through. And Gumshoe had very little spatial map stuff. I really loved that part of this game. You can see with these figures out, it was fun having people move around and having to recreate this timeline and where people went and always be wondering, like, here's the sister, she was here, was she involved? So having this spatial element, which is really missing from Gumshoe. Gumshoe had this big giant real map of San Francisco and then another map of the whole area, but you really didn't use it. You didn't need to use it. It wasn't helpful. It was just to set the tone. This was really quite fun. Jonathan says, I feel like Gumshoe had one case that lasted a few days and felt like a mystery. Really wanted to think about in between sessions. So I feel like Gumshoe has a similar but smaller feeling case for me. Yes. Gumshoe also gave you those experiences where you're like, I don't have enough information. I can't figure this out. It doesn't quite make sense. It's just that Gumshoe did resolve those over time. Okay, Jonathan has an important recommendation. Jonathan says, I would probably recommend Gumshoe if you want to get one rare game of these two. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know what I would say if you could only get one of these. I think this one is more likely to be reprinted, whereas Gumshoe has this whole weird time stuff that is harder to, and it's so big that it would be hard to imagine them redoing it. So I might recommend Gumshoe and wait for the reprint of this, but I don't know. I think I would like us to fix this game a little bit, and then I would have no trouble recommending it. It's not clear. You'd have to fix it logistically with the things we've been talking about, but then you have to ask, how do you, if you were playing it, how do you make the choice to use our fixed version, which would give away some information? Maybe you just have the fixes that the person reads. Maybe we make it as a Saturday, like we stick it in here, right? Like we introduce our fixes not at the beginning, but when he comes back from Paris, or before he goes to Paris, there's a note that says, like from Holmes about a couple things you might want to consider. And then the players could decide, well, we're lost. Let's read these corrections that Holmes has come up with or something. Just some additional clues that would help fill in. And then we'd want some additional end explanation for some of this stuff. I've called these sort of the double traveling back in time. Gumshoe and this game, you feel like you're traveling back to the time of the game that the game is set in, 1930s for Gumshoe or 1800s for Sherlock Holmes, but you also feel like you're traveling back to the 80s when this game was made. If you like that experience, I mean, I can recommend both of these. They were amazing experience. I mean, I've used the word enthralled, but it's true. I was enthralled by periods of this game. And really throughout the whole thing, I was completely engaged and interested in what was happening, interested in the story, interested in the characters, etc. So I think, if you can go into it with low expectations and some tolerance for this old game stuff, and you're willing to take notes, copious notes, and you enjoy the brainstorming with your friends about explanations and are okay with having the solution be not entirely satisfying, then it's hard to come up with similar experiences. Jonathan says, this is probably best if you really want to get lost in a sea of theories. Yes. This is good if you want to get lost in a sea of theories. I will agree with that. And you want the historical traveling back in time to the Paris World's Fair of 1890s. Aaron says, I'm always looking forward to getting Gumshoe, not finding it online. Unfortunately, we cannot use PayPal here in Turkey, so no eBay for us, just online stores that accept credit cards. Yeah. Well, if you ever want to play Gumshoe, I can send you my copy. You can send it back. Oh, you can't because I marked up my copy. I didn't mark up this one, but I unfortunately marked up my copy of Gumshoe like crazy, which freaked everyone out during the playthrough. I have really enjoyed playing it with the two of you. I couldn't have asked for better partners, and it made a big difference. This was not. That's another comment to make. This is too hard to play with one person. You need someone else to bounce ideas off of. Gumshoe could be played by one person. This one, not really. Look at the notes that were taken during the playthrough of this. Not that we ever use these. It's like taking notes for a class. You write it down, but you never use it. Jonathan says, Jesse, do you have any final questions for us to experience the game? Got a little distracted, and Aaron says, thank you. It was a pleasure to play. I think we wrapped it up. I mean, we've talked about it all through playing, and I think we've all been impressed by the immersive experience. I think you've both given your conclusions about the experience a little it feels like none of us were really soured by the explanation, by the end solution, because we didn't really expect it to. We weren't looking to it to satisfy us. I hope you guys will consider joining me for Queen's Park and maybe Mansion Murders, and maybe I know we want to play the it's gone. It's covered up now. The other 1936 dossier crime book to see what that's all about. Yeah, I think we all had a positive experience about this game, though, and probably my best Sherlock Holmes experience. I would say this has been my most enjoyable as a whole. It's not been my most satisfying mystery case. I love Dave Neal's Baker Street Irregulars boxes. But for me, the fact that this one stretched out over so many days and caused so much consternation, days tossing and turning. And I really appreciate the two of you being willing to try to come up with theories to explain it. It was a real challenge. Anyway, a pleasure playing with both of you. Aaron says from February on, I will be available. Okay, we'll talk about that. I think we all need a little break after this to recover our energy, and this is like, you need a vacation. You need like a spa after this. This has just been exhausting. And I guess with that, we'll wrap it up. I hope you guys have a great 2022. I hope to see you again. Again, can't thank you enough for playing. If we hear back from the designers of this, I'll post an update. I may try to make a small review of this as a standalone. And I would like to talk with Jonathan especially, but also Aaron, about if we could come up with a little one-page fix or epilogue addendum, something that might solve some of the problems we have for people who think they want to use that. I think it might be nice to try to come up with that. All right, 3:15 a.m., a very early stream for us, but we'll sign off. Again, pleasure. Oh, I meant to put up, didn't I record it somewhere? I meant to put up Jonathan's picture that he sent me while we were talking, so people could have put a face to the name and the talk. Aaron, I don't have yours because we never got in touch by email, but that looks like because Gmail filed it under spam. Otherwise, I would put yours up. But maybe if we come up with a solution, a little fix, we can all put our faces. This would be a nice, this would be a case that you would, if you didn't realize, you might get we might take a photo of the three of us together standing in front of the board to remember. I think I might remember this game till I die. I have a feeling that these people have been burned into my memory. So much time spent thinking whether they were in on it, what they do. I feel like I'm not going to forget this. I feel like I'm going to remember the name of the guy who got killed on London Tower. We should do a little follow-up, a 5-year follow-up to see if we remember any of these details. Okay, and with that, thank you both again, and we'll see you on the next playthrough, review, whatever. Queen's Park, perhaps. And I'll see you next time.